Yes.
Biological warfare.
Yeah, all kinds of weapons of mass destruction.
You are a lawyer.
I am. That's the real skeleton in my closet.
That's the worst one.
That's the thing I try to hide from people.
Now,
let people know that.
You're also an author.
Yep.
And you written 6 books?
Yes.
Varying from
some of them are fiction that I wrote mostly because it was fun, and 3 of them are nonfiction. They're all intel, counterterrorism, stuff like that.
And magazine, is that yours too?
Yes, my wife and I.
Okay, and your wife's name was?
Gina.
And she was also in?
She was also a CIA operations officer. She did everything I did. She looked better doing it. She's my entire career is Operation Coattails. I just follow her around, try to take credit for what she does.
Oh, he's a good husband too.
Yeah.
Sounds a lot like my relationship. Explain to me what you did without going into detail in your time in the CIA and after, briefly.
Yeah, I was also an Army officer along the way too.
Okay, I didn't read that.
Was that before CIA?
Yes.
Okay.
So, operations officer, what the CIA calls an operations officer or a case officer or whatever, that's their internal speak, right? What normal average people would call a spy. It doesn't really use the term that way because a spy to them is the foreigner you recruit that passes you secrets. If I recruit a guy inside the Kremlin to give me nuclear launch codes.
Right.
Mission Impossible example. Like, he's the spy, I'm the intelligence officer.
Gotcha.
That's CIA speak. Okay, so what's your job? You recruit, number one job, recruit spies, recruit sources inside Russian intelligence, inside Al-Qaeda, inside whatever. And then obviously meet those sources, what they would call handle those sources, produce the intelligence from those sources. Inside Al-Qaeda, I'm alive, and now he's going to pass the intelligence, and we're going to pass that to Washington. On that, I mean, that's the bread and butter of what CIA does. CIA also does what you call covert action, right? Clandestine operations. So I spent a year before the invasion of Iraq. I was in charge of the base inside Iraq. Yeah, so from 2002 to 2003, I was up in the mountains in Kurdistan inside Iraq, doing all the prep for the invasion. Some of that was gathering intelligence, but some of that is blowing stuff up. Some of that is recruiting locals to blow stuff up. A also does that. I did all of that stuff.
So that'd be like a covert operations thing, or would that be just operations?
It's all operations. I mean, the CIA would call that covert action. So as opposed to human source handling or human source recruiting, now we're getting lost in a lot of terminology. Doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything to anybody, and they don't need to care. But I mean, when we were inside Iraq, we were conducting covert action. The ultimate goal was to overthrow Saddam, which we did successfully, right? So we were laying the groundwork for that for about a year.
I'm trying to take a sip of water from a fire hose right now. Like, this is great. Was that UHF with Weird Al? You get to drink from the fire hose. This is great. So, when did you meet your wife?
My wife in high school.
No.
For real.
So throughout your military CIA career, were you out of the country a lot of the time, or were you located in the U.S.?
So when I was in the Army, I was stateside.
Okay.
My dad was a military officer, so I lived overseas for a little bit growing up as well. When I was with the Army, I was mostly out in Washington State, although I went to a bunch of other places for training like you typically do. Then I joined the agency. I was undercover for 20 years, almost all of that time we ran. If we came home, basically what you call turning and burning. We were coming home through additional training, and then real quick, we're back out and we're on to our next assignment.
Okay. So, I mean, just the way that you spoke about your wife now, obviously you guys have a good relationship, just the way that you speak about her. How was that? I mean, we're all married.
How is it to maintain a marriage?
Yeah, how did you, I mean, that just seems like it would be incredibly tough. I mean, were you guys apart a lot, or how did that work?
Well, first of all, you got to be really nice to her because she can kill you in a heartbeat. So that's
Good to know. Mental note. Good stuff.
Statistically, your spouse is the number one suspect.
Yes, that's.
In your case, more so.
We were assigned together most of the time, not all the time. When I was inside Iraq for a year, she wasn't there. There are other times in our career where actually I would have been the one at home with the kids, and she would have been off someplace where I didn't go, but we were both still operational wherever we were. For us, it worked. You know, I think this depends on the nature of your relationship. For us, together forever, for us, the fact that we were working together and operating together probably was the only way it would work. I mean, if I'm a CIA operations officer and my wife is not a CIA operations officer, true that she doesn't know what I do. Maybe that was true once upon a time. At this point in history, that's not the way it works. I mean, unless you're a very strange guy, you've told your wife what you do, and she knows in generality what you do.
It doesn't seem like a good foundation for a relationship.
No, but it doesn't change the fact that you're still disappearing out into the dark in the middle of the night for hours at a time, because that's your gig, that's your job, right? And when you come back, you really can't tell her thing about where you were and what you were doing. And, you know, over time, this is going to eat up a relationship in a lot of cases. Some people are cool with it. People have different kinds of marriage. For us, that would not have worked. For us, the fact that we knew what we were doing, each other was doing, was critical. And also we worked together as a team on the street often. I mean, so it wasn't just sometimes she's out or I'm out. It's sometimes in the middle of an operation, we were both on the street together in the same op.
Okay, so is that a benefit to the being do, and also is it a hindrance because if the loved one is compromised, a lot of the times that's what people use as leverage against another person. I mean, was there ever I'm sure there's concerns about that, but like I'm sure everything stayed pretty. But you know, would you guys get thought every now and again?
I think this boils down to how you process it and whether you're cut out for the job or whether you're not cut out for the job. I mean, we have 4 kids on top of all this, right?
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
So we're overseas and we're in an assignment. The kids are in country with us and we're living in that country full time. So we're literally having dinner with the kids and maybe tucking them into bed and then rolling out on the street, you know, and an hour later we're someplace, you know, in guns and meeting a terrorist source and doing whatever we're doing. And then you come back and into bed and get up in the morning and make breakfast for the kids. So if you can't compartment that and figure out how to balance that, well, you're in the wrong business. I mean, you know, it's not like a hooray for us thing. It's just you're either psychologically cut out for it or you're not cut out.
Well, my wife and I, we own a salon together, so it's kind of the same thing.
Well, you got a lot of dangerous weapons in this salon.
Yes, we do. You've written books. Have you ever written like a biography?
This
sounds like the world's greatest rom-com.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. This gets suggested to me all the time.
Yeah.
I've been married for 42 years, right? And basically what people want us to do is write a book about the history of our marriage. And you guys have been married. I can't think of anything more likely to lead to divorce
Then right
than to ask a husband and wife to now agree on the narrative of who was right about every discussion and every argument and in every instance. I've been around long enough to think that's a really bad idea.
There's a lot of wisdom right there.
There's no follow-up thought in a question like that. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, you should do that. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's probably not a good idea. I don't know why I suggested it.
Yeah.
So when you were in there during Bush Senior, Clinton,
Yeah.
Bush Junior. You got out at Obama. Was just time to get out, or was that an administration thing in 2008?
Well, it was definitely not time to get out. I mean, when I got out, I made the decision for a variety of personal reasons, which I'm happy to discuss, to leave. And actually, when I got my papers to retire, I got called in and asked to pick up my papers and guaranteed promotion, and please don't leave. But I had just decided for really what amount to political reasons that I was going out the door. And I wasn't going to change my mind on that.
Okay, so I wondered that. People that serve military or one of the, many agencies we have, can you support the agenda of somebody whose worldview you would disagree very strongly with? If you are in the military, but you're in there because you want to serve your country, you're a peaceful person, and we go to war, you have a moral. Or if you think that, this is how we should operate as American citizens in the rest of the world for the good of the world and the good of America. Like you said, I'm going to make an assumption. Obama comes into office, you see his particular worldview, and you're like, I don't want to be a part of this. Is that a fair question?
Well, a part of it, I suppose, in retrospect, is Obama. It was you hear people say these days that talk a lot about being woke or being red-pilled and so forth. Most of us who have gone through that process, and I personally consider myself to be one, right, with the fact that it doesn't actually happen in one big epiphany. It's not like a single moment and all of a sudden,
Right.
boom, I see everything. It comes, every time you finish thinking you woke up.
Listening to my homies podcast, they got the CIA dude on there talking about his time working in the government, and I'm eating leftover dinner for breakfast. So he went out. This is actually not from last night. The night before last, he went out to a Thai restaurant and got some ginger duck, and this is some fried calamari, some mixed vegetables and rice. Or having some squid and duck for breakfast. Still very tasty. Shit is delicious. Yep. Hey man, I ain't trying to stop nobody else from eating, bro. What time is it? It's 9:35. It's still breakfast time. You know what I'm saying? Burger King don't start serving lunch until 11. You got plenty of time to get some breakfast. Unless you already had your breakfast. You know? Damn, that's good.
Happens 2 months later, and you're like, good God, it's so, not to sound all X-Files, but grasped the half of it before, right?
I want to believe, Sam.
Exactly. It's so much worse than I thought. I'm not going to pretend in retrospect that all of a sudden in 2008 I had this big epiphany and saw everything clearly. I saw a number of things that really bothered me. The most immediate thing I saw was, if I continued on in the Central Intelligence Agency and accepted promotion, what that meant in terms of what they were going to expect from me, which in my estimation was largely stop telling the truth, stop just push, in other words, stop doing my job for which they had hired me, into this idea of shading the narrative, shaping the narrative. I looked at that and I thought, there are way too many personal compromises in terms of integrity and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not willing to do it. Now, I'm honest enough to say when they asked me to pick up my papers and said, look, guarantee you promotion, you're going right back.
That's something for a good dog. My dog is dumb as shit, and she don't contribute to the household. So she don't get to lick no plates. And plus she ran away the other week, and I had to go bail her ass out of puppy jail. Hell, that dog owe me now.
Gonna be chief of station again. There's this moment in time where I'm thinking, cool, I get to go back out, run ops. I love that. I get to be the boss, live in the big house. And then a fraction of a second later, that little voice in my head is saying, Sim, what the heck are you doing right now? You put your papers in for a reason after thinking about this for a very long time. Now, what you got to do, succumb to this temptation, get bought off by these guys? Forget it. The answer is no. I'm walking.
It would have taken too much of a personal compromise, basically.
100%. It would be like, okay, look, what you're asking me to do is you're asking me to compromise things that I'm not going to compromise.
When you say shape the narrative, what narrative are you referring to?
Whatever narrative Washington wants.
Okay.
So I always looked at it this way, and it's not that I looked at it this way. This is the job as you're a CIA case officer. Number one job, before we get to all the sexy stuff about overthrowing governments and all that stuff, is provide information to Washington, D.C. so they can...
I gotta show y'all something. I wasn't prepared, yo. Yeah, I see your point. I definitely see your point. But I don't think you would want to come over for dinner and I give you a plate that was only cleaned by my dog licking it. Plus, this is a plastic takeout container. I'm not sure if I'm going to even keep this thing. I might. Because they are pretty helpful to put, to store your leftovers in. That way you ain't got to buy, like, extra Tupperware. The Chinese people just give you Tupperware with your food. But
Active PA Live. Our friends at the Black Scranton Project are gearing up to launch Black Scranton Center for Arts and Culture. Their upcoming Black Excellence Gala is truly the first of its kind here in our area. Here to tell us all about it are Glynis, Heather, and Travis. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having us.
So talk to us a little bit about this initiative. We're raising this money for this new center. Talk to us about it.
So the Black Excellence Gala is an inaugural fundraising event that we have for the Black Scranton Project Center for Arts and Culture, which will be a space where we can have events, where we can have
Oh, you see my artwork,
exhibits,
boy?
and spaces for us to have things to
see
do.
all my drawings
So
up
the
there,
gala
boy?
is just to spotlight local Black excellence, businesses, entrepreneurs, artists, friends, musicians, and I think it's a great time to celebrate being Black and remembering that Black culture is live and well in the area.
Absolutely. For Black Scranton Project.
Well, I think pushing Black art in the public eye is important because Black history is American history, but at the same time, like Heather just said, a lot of our stories haven't been told properly. A lot of the images of Black people have been skewed or digressed in a way where it doesn't actually fit reality, and we are out here trying to produce positive images and put together something that our community can share with everyone else and come together in fellowship.
Yeah.
And if viewers are watching right now and thinking, he sounds familiar, one of the first things that I did as a story here at Eyewitness News when I started working was a story with Travis on some murals you were painting, kind of in those beginning stages of COVID when, people were out of offices. So it's so great to have you now at our house because you welcomed me into your house the last time. Now, what's the best way if someone's watching Glennis, I want to support Black Scranton, but maybe I
we
want
did
to
a
also
good
go
job,
to the
though.
gala. Where do
I
you
did the
go
worst
from there?
job because
BlackScranton.org. You can see everything we have going on for the gala. You can check out some local history that I've been digging up to share with the community. I really want to emphasize that this is a night where I wanted to share and spotlight people in our community. As a community leader and doing all this work to spotlight the things that we've done, it just feels important to finally give the flowers to the folks who are on the ground doing the work. Like my incredible board, Heather is doing a lot of great things for other organizations in the community, like the NAACP, and Travis does an incredible amount of work, not only in the arts and education space, but he does a lot for the community as well. So thank you guys for allocating time to help with the Black Scranton Project. We're always looking for board members and we're always looking for people to help. So go to our website. You can find us there. If you're on social media, you can find us at Black Scranton on all social media. So hit us up on the internet streets. You can find us there. And get your tickets to the gala. And if you can't make it, it's also virtual. So buy a virtual ticket and you can catch it online. It's a highly produced event. So it'll be worth your time and money. So support Black Scranton, and it means a lot. Not just for me, but the entire community and our ancestors and the kids and the people in the future.
still
So
talking.
thank you
Absolutely.
for the time.
I feel like I just need to walk off. You just, I think, got my job. If my boss is
over the
watching,
mic.
I'm getting the boot and you're getting fired. Guys, thanks so much for joining us today. Stick around. More people.
Bruh. At our event, ain't no slapping going on. Only thing gonna slap is the music and the food. Anything else is uncivilized. We ain't trying to do all that. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't supposed to be on stage, don't walk up to this damn stage. Mm-hmm. Don't come up on the stage if you ain't supposed to be up here. You know, that's just a fair warning. Cause I ain't with I ain't trying to toss no G.I. Jane jokes. I ain't trying to bust jokes on nobody, and I ain't trying to get slapped in the mouth either. I say, man, if it ain't your turn on stage, don't come on stage. If I'm on stage and you walk up on stage when you're not supposed to, I'ma feel threatened. You know, and most likely I'ma throw hands first. And then when people ask me, why you throw hands on that person when they walked on the stage? My response is gonna be, because they weren't supposed to be on the stage, and I seen what happened to Chris Rock. So I had to make a preemptive decision to save myself. Gotta get that lean protein. Gotta get them first, yo. a preemptive slap, because I'm not about to explain to the newspapers and the journalists, why you let him slap you. I ain't trying to explain none of that shit, yo. Duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, duck season. And then Bugs Bunny says, duck season. And then Daffy goes, rabbit. No, Bugs Bunny says, rabbit season. And he was like, no, it's not, it's duck season. Rabbit season. Bronx, you be showing your age sometimes, bro. Damn, you be showing your age. How many ads are there?
Now it's duck hunting season. That, sir, is an investigated fabrication. It's rabbit season. Duck season. Rabbit season. Duck season. Rabbit season. Duck season. Rabbit season. Rabbit season. Duck season. Rabbit season. I say it's duck season, and I say fire. Let's try that again.
Duck season, rabbit season. See, we come from a generation where it was okay to shoot somebody in the face with a shotgun. Because we're old. Duck season, rabbit season. I said it's duck season. Now fire. Blow his bill starts spinning around. Like you just shot this man in the face with a shotgun. Yeah, our cartoons were very what was the hunter's name? Be very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits. What was the hunter's name, yo? Elmer Fudd, yeah. Elmer Fudd ain't got no gun? How the fuck Elmer Fudd ain't got a gun? Elmer Fudd, Yosemite Sam, Elmer Fudd had a shotgun. Yosemite Sam, this motherfucker had 2 motherfucking 45 revolvers, bro. Yosemite Sam, I come up with them goddamn revolvers and them boots on, talking about I'm the rootinest, tootinest, most low down bandit in this town and shit. Like, man, motherfucker was smoking cigarettes and shit. You remember when Bugs Bunny just how the fuck he rolled that cigarette, yo? He did that shit with just his lips or some shit, yo. Motherfuckers up there with guns, smoking cigarettes. Yeah, our cartoons was crazy. And then we'll go to the corner store and then we'll get the little pack of the candy cigarettes. The little candy cigarettes, they had the powdered sugar, so when you blow it, like a little puff of powdered smoke would come out. Make you feel like you were smoking too. You know, smoking just like Yosemite Sam. But now, Elmer Fudd ain't got no gun. That sounds like a bar from a really conscious rap. The teacher told me my daughter is now my son, and I just realized Elmer Fudd ain't got no gun. My, how the times have changed. Wait a minute. But Elmer Fudd was a hunter. What you supposed to hunt without no gun? That's what I want to know. What is his whole purpose now? You know? His whole purpose was to be a hunter. But you take that man's gun away from him. What value does he offer? He can't protect me and save me from the wild animals. Yo, Wile E. Coyote was on the internet before we had internet, yo. Cause where he order all that shit from? That shit, you just can't order that shit in no mail order catalog and that shit just come like next day. Man, this motherfucker had internet and Amazon way back then, cause he'll get all the products from Acme and them shits. He'll have them shits like in no time. I'm talking about flying machines and laser beams and where the fuck Wile E. Coyote order all his shit from? I know Acme had a website. And they delivered that shit through Amazon. Now he don't even want to eat the Roll Runner no more. He just want to eat carrots and lettuce. What's your name, sir? My name is Wile E. Coyote. The few episodes when he would speak, they only let him talk a little bit. Never got that part neither, my guy. This motherfucker spending hundreds of dollars on all these advanced technological machines. This motherfucker got rocket rollerblades. How you get rollerblades that got jet rockets on it so you can go fast enough to catch? Just order the food. Just order the burger. Hell, I just had duck. I'm pretty sure that shit tastes better than the fucking Road Runner. I guess Acme didn't sell food though. And this motherfucker can, let's say, he know how to use all this technology, but then Road Runner paint a goddamn a tunnel on the side of the mountain and you run into that shit. Cause you can't tell it's a paint. But you're so goddamn smart to use all this other stuff. I mean, I used to love watching those cartoons as a kid too, but them shits ain't never made sense to me. I always found like all the illogical stuff like to be so bullshit. That's why the first time I watched a Japanese animated film, boy, I never went back, bro. Never went back to really like watching American style cartoons ever again after I watched some anime, yo. I took the long way. Big Rob. The way the world is, I don't even know if Bronx is joking. All right. Yeah, our cartoons were weird. And I don't know, the way they tried to get American kids to think. And it was a lot of desensitization to violence. Like Bugs Bunny and Daffy and all these motherfuckers would fuck each other up, yo. These motherfuckers would seriously fuck each other up. I'm talking about smash motherfuckers with anvils and drop pianos on them, hit them in the head, like beat them down with fucking baseball bats and all kind of shit in those cartoons, yo. You remember the Tom and Jerry cartoons? And Tom would be running from the pit bull Spike. Spike would be on his leash and he can only go so far before the leash snag his ass back. And Tom had that perfect line drawn out and just beat this motherfucker in the head with a bat. And then when the goddamn dog get loose, he'll tear that fucking cat ass up, yo. Tear this motherfucker up. Then the big ass lumps will grow out their head, have a knot this fucking big. They push the knot down, bloop, it'll pop up somewhere else. Cartoons is weird, man. I say like one of the. I'm trying to be realistic now. Now we did have some good ones though, like in the mid '90s. Like we started coming out with some good, like past the little Looney Tunes shit. But like the Batman series, y'all remember the '90s Batman series and motherfucking the X-Men. Remember Saturday morning X-Men, yo? Them shits used to be slapping. I used to like them shits. But they still couldn't compete with the Japanese animation, yo. Motherfucker dressing in drag. Motherfucker dressing in drag. You know? Our cartoons was crazy, man. And then you had Pepe Le Pew, the skunk, always trying to fuck the cat, yo. This motherfucker. Now you're not lying. You're not lying right there. Spider-Man was pretty good. Like I say, we had a run of like some '90s comic books that got translated into TV shows that were pretty fucking decent, yo. Batman, Spider-Man, the X-Men were good. Who remember the Tick? Yo, the Tick had a animated show and a live action show back in the day, yo. The Tick was fucking yo. What up, Pinball? Yo, the Tick was a good ass fucking show, yo, and he had his sidekick Mothman. But the Tick was a big ass oafy dumb motherfucker, but he was a good hearted guy. I don't think it was a damn comic book series, but like right before that era, you go a little bit further back. Disney had like some good stuff. We had Darkwing Duck. We had DuckTales. We had Tailspin. Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers. The Gummy Bears. Oh, appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. And then in like the late '90s, oh shit, bro! I forgot about that shit. It had the talking bird that loved the fucking pomegranates. Yo, that's all this motherfucker would talk about is like trying to get some fucking pomegranates, yo. Yo, Blackwater, I gotta watch the intro for this fucking show, bro. Damn, dude. Dude, why I ain't think about this shit in fucking forever? And then, like, you know what I noticed? Like, when you watch, like, mashup montages of, like, 80s or 90s cartoons, like, I don't think they ever fucking show that in, like, in the run-up, like, oh, you remember this cartoon and this cartoon? Like, how come they don't ever put the fucking Pirates of Blackwater in that shit, yo? Yo, that shit. And I can't really remember none of the main characters. I just remember that fucking bird, yo. The Phoenix. Was it a Phoenix? The Pirates of Blackwater. Oh my God. Yo, I remember this so much.
A young prince can stop it by finding the lost 13 treasures of war. At his side is an unlikely but loyal crew of misfits. At his back, the evil pirate lord Blood, who will stop at nothing to get the treasures for himself. It's high adventure with the Pirates of Dark Water.
The Pirates of Dark Water. I definitely remember that shit, yo. Here's something. The next, it has a playlist that says 12 12 underrated 80s cartoons that ended too soon. I only see one in there that I can remember. Silverhawks or something like that. But I don't know, man. We had some good shit, but then a lot of our shit was weird as shit as a kid, yo. And now they're making it even weirder. Like, once again, just by changing shit up so much. Oh, Elmer Fudd don't got no gun no more, huh? Why not? It's too violent for the kids. We don't want the kids to see all this violence. It's cartoon violence, though. The kid don't understand the difference between reality and a cartoon. That's your damn problem. They can't see the difference between a non-fictional world. That you not teaching your kids the right thing. Then. Wow. The Pirates of Dark Water had a video game. I don't remember that shit. On a Super NES. Wow. So my thumbnail from my live stream, I'm just scrolling. It's like Painting with the Prince is now live, and on my live stream it shows me showing that episode of us on the news from the other day. And I'm like, I don't know what to wear. And my girl was like, wear this. And I'm like, I'm not wearing that shit. And I was like, I'm gonna wear this. And she was like, don't wear that shit. And I'm like, I'm just put this on. She's like, don't wear that shit either. Then I was like, I'm gonna wear the green shirt. And she was like, yeah, wear the green shirt. Then I was like, man, I ain't wearing this bright ass green shirt. And then I was like, you know what? I am gonna wear this bright ass green shirt. And it was such a deliberation over what shirt I should wear. But when I get there, my homies, they all dressed in some bright ass shit. So I'm like, damn, good job that I wore the fucking bright stuff. Cause they looking all bright and colorful. If I would have come in here with some like dark colors on, I would have been looking awkward and shit. The Pirates of Dark Water. Alright. Word? That's how y'all lineup was? After all the cartoons went off, Soul Train come on, yo. I don't think our shit was like that, yo. After all our cartoons went off on Saturday mornings. I'm really trying to think, bro, because I used to watch, like, I think Fox. It was called Fox Kids. And I can think that was like the last time I was watching Saturday morning cartoons was on Fox. And that's when they had like Bobby's World and Sonic the Hedgehog. But then who else used to have acid cartoons too? Yo, ABC used to play cartoons. Cause this was way before like Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network. So like and then I remember the first time I seen the anime, that shit was on the Sci-Fi Channel. 'Cause I remember when the Sci-Fi Channel first came out, they tried to get their fucking, they had like a Saturday morning cartoon lineup. And they tried to get viewers for their Saturday morning lineup, but then they started putting anime in that shit, yo. That's the first time I seen Dragon Ball and all that shit, yo. And then Cartoon Network came out and they started showing a lot of Japanese animation. But I think like after our shit used to go off, man, some shit like the game shows would start coming on. Motherfucking man, what's the game show, man? The game show when you be in the grocery store and there be a team of two and you got the shopping cart, you gotta run around and pick the sales and all of this shit and then come back and they ring all your shit. I remember that shit used to come on. And then the dating shows. I can't even think of no name of the dating shows, but you remember the dating shows and it'd be the dude sitting on one side and they got 3 chicks on the other side, but he can't see them and then he asking questions and shit. Like I remember that shit like that used to come on after our fucking cartoons went off. Yo, D1, what's up, bro? Not the washing machine, yo, I remember that shit. And then I remember the last cable box we had, it was like a long box. And it just had a row of numbers and it had a slider on that shit. You just slide that shit up and down. Blind date, yo. You remember that shit? Like that's the kind of shit I remember coming on after our cartoons went off. It was like the game shows and the dating shows used to come on after that shit, yo. Something sweepstakes, you damn right. What the fuck was that shit, yo? And then it was another show where they had like, I don't know, man. It was like a fake mall set up, and then you had to guess the prices of different shit at the mall, and then everybody remember like Wheel of Fortune, the Price is Right, and all that shit, yo. Let's make a deal. 80s game shows. You know what? I better be off Googling that shit instead of like YouTubing that shit. 80s game shows. Why is this shit showing all new shit, yo? Press Your Luck. Supermarket Sweep, yo. Yo, that's what it was. There it is right here, yo. Supermarket Sweep. Then you remember Double Dare? But that shit ain't really, that's the 80s? Because I remember that shit was on Nickelodeon too. Or not unless it was on something before Nickelodeon. Damn, I can't think of the one with the fucking It was at like the mall. It was kind of like, cause Supermarket Sweep was at like a grocery store setting, and then the other shit was like a mall setting. It was basically the same thing, but they was like at the mall, buying like different kind of goods, yo. Not the Beverly Hillbillies, yo. This motherfucker used to watch Green Acres and all that shit, huh? Yeah, Gunsmoke. What's the other one? With Hoss, Paul, and Lil Joe. What was the name of that motherfucking show, man? Cartwrights. Yo, what was the name of this? That wasn't the name of the show, though, man. What was the name of the show? Damn, why I can't think of that shit, yo? Well, yeah, my grandma used to love watching that shit. The motherfucker Bonanza. There you go. There you go. This nigga old as shit. This motherfucker old as fuck. Yo, no, nobody remember that shit, man. Nobody know no goddamn Bonanza, nigga. Yo, that was that shit, boy. Goddamn Bonanza. The motherfucking Cartwrights. Goddamn Cartwrights. Hey, Lil Joe. Yo, that shit and motherfucking Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, y'all remember Little House on the Prairie, yo. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't black and white. I thought like some of the Bonanza ain't never had no black and white episodes. I thought that was like one of them transitional shows that started black and white and then went to color. Like Gilligan's Island, motherfucking the Andy Griffin Show. Like a lot of those shows started in black and white, but they were there for like that transition, and like the later seasons were in color. Old head on deck. Well, I don't know. You might be right. Bonanza probably wasn't never in black and white. I know Little House on the Prairie. That shit had black and white episodes. It was color and black and white, yo. They were there for that transition. Cause that was a long running show, yo. That show was on for a long time, yo. And I think they made that switch. I remember that. I remember seeing black and white episodes of Bonanza. They don't make TV like that no more, man. You know what I'm saying? Then in the 90s, you had Columbo and Murder She Wrote. No, that was 80s too. Magnum PI, Hawaii 5-0. Man, y'all don't remember that shit, man. Y'all remember Nightmare? It was the first show to start in color. Ooh, this motherfucker throwing out some television history for you, man. Watch out now. One of the first shows to ever start in color. Nice. Yo, I do remember that, yo. Oh, damn. I remember that shit, yo. Nightmare. I don't remember this. What was it, like a cop drama or what was that? Who else remember that shit, yo? Nightmare. What? What? Around that's 80s or 90s. It gotta be, or what? That was a 70s show? Yo, the late 60s and 70s, yo, was the Western times, yo. They put out so much Western shit, yo. Oh, he crossed the pond. Damn. I see something called Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares TV series. Oh no, I don't think that's it. I don't know. I've never heard of that. Automan. Yeah, that was like one of the first transplants, right? That was wasn't that like a Japanese like American remake of a Japanese Joan? Oh no, I'm thinking about something else. Yo, bro, I do remember this. Oh shit. Yo, I ain't never really watched that shit like that. I remember my cousin used to watch this shit. I remember one time I was like staying the weekend with my cousin. He was like, "Oh, we watch Automan." Well, I kind of remember that shit, yo. What year was this? This is like, I think I said something about oh, it's like Knight Rider. He was like, nah, it's not it's not like Knight Rider. Yo, this is oh, it only ran for 1 year too, yo. It a TV series from 83 to 84. So they had one season. I'm telling you, man, like the 80s and 90s was TV classic, man. Well, yeah, oh, that could have been 70s though, when you had the Bionic Woman and the $6 Million Man. We had the golden age of TV. Yo, we had the 18. I mean, you had the 18, Simon and Simon, and the Fall Guy. And then Starsky and Hutch and the Dukes of Hazzard. I remember all them shits from that era, yo. The 18 was the shit though. We got down motherfucking Hannibal. And then later on, Mr. T came out with his own show. Where he was like this solo vigilante or some shit, yo. Damn, I can't think of the name of that shit, yo. Damn. I think I'm about to get two shows mixed up. There was this one show where this dude was a judge. He was a judge during the daytime. But at nighttime, this motherfucker go out like Batman and beat motherfuckers up, beat all the criminals up, because he realized, like, in his job as a judge, like, he really can't serve justice like he want to. So he turned to a vigilante. But I don't know if that was the same show with Mr. T or not. Or was that the plot from Mr. T show? I just remember like he had his own series, yo. Damn. Memory's starting to get hazy, man. Good thing we got Google to remind us. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm getting so old, can't hold all the old memories no more. But I just knew, like, oh, the Ninja Turtles? Hell yeah. And that's the thing, too. Like, our TV is so different, yo. Like, and not saying that there's anything wrong with it, but back in the day, like, our TV was, like, super straight heterosexual, like, kind of like macho men and really feminine women. And nowadays, that shit just, like, all mixed up, yo. I don't even see how kids can even, like, make it through, like, just watching a couple of hours of TV nowadays. Like, how? Like, what the fuck? It just, the shit that they put in the programs and the narratives and stories they try to tell are just so fucking different nowadays. Like I say, we grew up watching, even our cartoons would shoot motherfuckers in the face. You know what I'm saying? Shoot the duck in the face. It's funny. But now it's just like, I don't know, man. Shit just so different. Like I say, my TV, the TV I had growing up didn't fucking confuse me, yo. Bro, Walking Dead was the shit, yo. I watched like the first 9 seasons without fail, yo. The X-Files too, yo. Dana Scully and Fox Mulder. Man, look, man. You got the cigarette smoking man. This motherfucker don't never get no name. He just deep throat or whatever. Motherfucker always in the parking lot smoking cigarettes and shit. Then this motherfucker looking for his sister, knowing the aliens took his sister, trying to figure that shit out the whole time, yo. Motherfucking X-Files. Well, the X-Files was good as shit, yo. That was, yo, one of the best series I watched growing up as a kid. I need to get back into The Walking Dead, yo, and just like finish it up. But I don't know, man. After like season 7, I ain't gonna lie, yo. When Carl died, I was just like, all right, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then Rick left, and then nah, I can't think of the character's name now. The Asian dude who Negan beat that motherfucker head in, yo. What was his wife's name? Yo, she left. Like all the good characters, like most of the people from like the first and second season left, and there's just like all these new motherfuckers in here, man. Like Michonne, like one of the oldest characters on there now, and it's just like that shit ain't the same no more, yo. I miss all the old characters. Oh yeah, I watch every episode of Breaking Bad twice. I watched that whole series twice. And we're all the way caught up on Ozark and just waiting for some new episodes to come out, yo, cuz yo, the homies was telling me about Ozark like when season 1 was out and I ain't watched that shit. They're like, "Yo, you got to watch this shit." And I was like, "The name sounds stupid." You watch some shit called Ozark. What the fuck? Man, why not watch that shit? Oh shit. Yo, Marty a smart motherfucker, man. Yeah, that's how I did, man. Like I just stopped like oh man, like I used to be on that shit faithful, yo. Motherfucking what it was, when this shit used to come on like Sunday nights at 9 or some shit, yo. New episodes of The Walking Dead, boy, I ain't never missed that shit. Boy, shit, that was my damn shit. I think the whole Negan saga was the best part of the show to me, yo. That Negan shit was crazy. That whole saga until they captured his ass, and then now he's fighting with them against the Whisperers, and it's just like, oh man. Ozark or Breaking Bad, oh man. Bro, if you want to watch some shit, yo, that fucking Breaking Bad is like, yo, if you like The Walking Dead, yo, Breaking Bad and Ozark, you should watch them because they're the reason people like The Walking Dead is because it's well written. It's a show about zombies, but then it's not about the zombies. You know, and that's how good the writers were. Like in the first seasons, it was so good, yo. And Breaking Bad the same way. It's a show about drugs, but it ain't really about the drugs. You know what I'm saying? And Ozark is another one that's about drugs, but it's about the relationships and how these people treat each other and act towards each other, and the love and the loyalty. And like both of them are just really well written shows. Like the characters are strong, the plots are good. You're not gonna get bored because oh, I know what's gonna happen. Like, nah, you don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know, and it's hard to like figure these shows out because they throw like believable curveballs. Like some shit will switch up right before you know it, but then it's like, yeah, I could kind of see that shit happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, and like I say, the acting is great. Like both shows got really, really good actors. Um, the script, the dialogue itself is it's just a good show, man. All both of them. Those shows are just as good as The Walking Dead, yo. Yo, the Whisperers is crazy, yo. And motherfucking Alpha, that bitch is super crazy, yo. Yo, that shit was. But I ain't like the Beta character, and then like some of the other supporting characters in the Whisperers, like their acting wasn't that fucking strong, and like I don't know, man. The Whisperers saga wasn't my favorite part, yo. Oh, definitely, yeah. If you watch Breaking Bad or Ozark, you'll be, yeah. It's something to watch, yo. You know what I'm saying? And almost like The Walking Dead, because the first episode of The Walking Dead is kind of slow paced. Well, actually, it's not slow paced. The first episode. No, it's not. But I think Ozark and Breaking Bad, like the first episodes of those shows, they're kind of like they really try to build like the first characters up. So they take like the whole first episode to kind of let you get used to the characters. But if you get past the first episode, you'll love them shits, yo. It's The Walking Dead. Like the first episode of The Walking Dead is you got to get used to the character and the world. So they show Rick and his partner and how Rick got shot, and there was already, they mentioned like there was like some tension in his marriage and this and that. But then also they had to put in like, okay, that character, but now he's in this world. And then they had to build that part about it where he comes out the hospital and there's like fucking nothing. Well, in the hospital there's this room with, he don't know what the fuck is behind his door. He can hear people or something. Then he sees body bags and like there's nobody around. And so that first episode was crazy as fuck for The Walking Dead, yo. I'll never forget that episode, yo. Yo, Jesse was a fucking slave for a few episodes, like literally chained up, forced to work, slave. That shit was crazy, yo. Yo, the Jesse character, that shit was, and that's why I'm not gonna lie, yo. I've never watched Better Call Saul because I think Jesse should have got a spinoff instead of Saul. That's just my own opinion. Yeah, from Malcolm in the Middle. Yep. 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 A good actor, bro. He's the main character. And he plays the hell out of that character, yo. I'm telling you. Walter White, motherfucking Heisenberg, yo. Yo, he bring that motherfucking dude to life, yo. You think Heisenberg a real motherfucker, yo, that motherfucker, yo. Yeah, and that's the whole plot, yo. This motherfucker just like, he about to die, yo. He know he about to die. And he had opportunities to do better financially in life, and he just didn't. He chose a different path, and now he's confronted with death, and he's really just like, what the fuck is my family gonna do when I'm dead, yo? He's like, I'm not financially stable. I can't really leave them a lot more than my dumbass life insurance policy, and how far is that gonna get him? You know, so he's really concerned about how his family will be able to maintain when he's no longer there. And he goes hardcore trying to make sure that his family won't want for nothing when he dead, yo. Yo, you won't regret it. It's Sunday. If you ain't really got shit to do, man, you got a few hours just to chill, man. You watch 1 or 2 episodes of that shit. It'll be a nice ass Sunday. Get you some food, something to sip on, and watch motherfucking Breaking Bad. Yo, it'll be a chill ass fucking Sunday. Damn. I gotta go to the store. I guess this the last bottle of water up here. Gotta go buy a couple cases of water. Oh, I I'm supposed to be doing this 420 event on Wednesday. So I need to see if I got any some Bank Series prints. Haha, I got some for your bitch ass. I got 2. Fuck. Alright. I got 2 of those left. Ooh, I could do this one. The skulls always come out pretty good. People like the skulls. I got a couple of the skulls. Dang, I thought I had more from the Bank series. Oh, I do have some. Alright. Yeah. So, there's another one. And then I thought I had a few of the weed trays left. Oh, yes we do. Another one. Bam. Alright. So we got those and those. I said I could do the skull. I don't know. I might do the skull too. But yeah. I ain't got nowhere to set this shit in here. All this space and I ain't got no room. I just set it right there. But yeah, so at the 420 event, of course you know I'm gonna try to have these out there. Ooh. You want to sign autograph original? We got Dank. So gonna definitely bring these out. I was hoping I had some because I ain't looked through my prints in a minute. So we do got some prints for the 420 celebration. That's what's up. All right. I think it's time to do some painting. You know, been here for an hour and a half almost. Bruh. Yeah, no sports. There's a damn, I lost my train of thought, yo. Oh, back to the what? When he won the championship, yo. And who he beat for that shit? My fellow Texan Earl Spencer Jr. All of us are dead, yo. Me and my girl watched that whole shit, yo. With motherfucking Nagui and Weenay, and it's a Korean zombie show about some kids in high school. Shit crazy, yo. So Jin Ying Nai. And the one motherfucker turned evil once he came back as a zombie, but he was like a half zombie. That was a good ass fucking show. Oh damn. I was listening to my homie's podcast. They're interviewing this CIA dude. But what I actually want to watch real quick is, bruh, I've been trying to find like 2 or 3 people to tell me how to do this shit, right? To do this shit in the game. Cause I'm still playing Sifu, cause I want to try to do something on there, but I can't figure out how to do the shit for the second boss, yo. So when you playing Sifu, you only got 5 bosses, and you gotta kill all these motherfuckers, man, cause they killed your daddy, you know. And so now it's a whole revenge game. We coming back to kill motherfuckers that killed your pops. But after you beat the game like that, there is a way that you can beat the game and spare all the bosses. Like you can get them, you beat these motherfuckers up, and you get them into a position where they know they're about to die, but you don't kill them. You don't have to kill them. You can spare their lives and show just how merciful you are. After you killed my fucking father, I could have killed you just now, bitch. But I'm not evil like you, and I'll let you live to think about what you did, and to think about what if I had fucking killed you. And so I want to do that. I want to go through the game and spare each boss. But the second boss, I did it on the first boss, and it wasn't that hard. And I guess they say you just have to do it the same way for all the other bosses. But it's like, that shit don't work on the second boss, y'all. I swear to fucking God, y'all done got to that point like 6 or 7 fucking times. And it's just like, I keep killing this motherfucker. And it's like, how do you spare this son of a bitch without killing his ass? And I done tried to find like other people, and that's the thing. Other people don't tell you. They just show their gameplay. But like, what the fuck are you doing? Because I'm doing the same thing you guys are doing, and it won't let me. It won't let me spare this motherfucker. So I was gonna try to find like 1 or 2 more people and see if somebody can like explain that shit. Like, what the fuck is going on, and why can't I spare the second boss? Yeah. Man, Pacquiao old as shit, and Mayweather talking about, oh, I'm gonna come back and fight one more time. It's like, but for what, bro? Like, nobody don't want to see y'all retired motherfuckers fight, bro. Oh, dang. Bro, I'm all over the wrong part of this shit. Let me see. Alright. See, this motherfucker not even talking either. He's just playing the game like you're not really. Man. I see how they're doing it, but still, I'm like, that shit is just, I don't know.
Have you ever wondered if it was possible to complete Sifu without blocking or pairing? Well, I'm Giselle, and I wonder no more because I did my research. I made sure to unbind my block button altogether so that I'm not tempted to press it, and I was good to go. I was ready for yet another challenge. We started in the squats, quite the easy level. I was able to cruise, really cruise through the level because I was only nerfed, but I was still see-through. Defeating enemies was pretty easy, and I just had to keep in mind that I couldn't evade enemies' attacks, which means I had to do my best to not be caught in a combo string because that would be the death of me. Crowd management became so much harder all of a sudden. Dodging bottles was also going to be a problem because I had to get familiar with not blocking or dodging or even catching. The rooftop was actually, it went well. I was expecting to die here because of the guy holding a weapon, but surprisingly, I was able to do it without dying. Then came the first big scare. The first fatty. Fighting fatties is easy if you have back fist, but the problem with this fatty in particular is that he serves as a tutorial for dodges. And since I couldn't dodge, I thought that was it. I thought I was stuck in this animation and my run was over. But then, the game decided to bear with me and I was able to get grabbed. Nothing I could do about it, but at least that was it. There was no more tutorial and Fatty was about to go down. The scariest enemies were the ones with weapons because sometimes they will hit you so fast you wouldn't have time to react. And even though I couldn't block or dodge, there was still one thing I could constantly do, which was dashing. And thank God running isn't automatic because if you press the button to run, he first does a dash, which carried me so many times in this run. And you're going to see why, because without that, that challenge would have been just impossible. I was able to defeat pretty much everybody. The thugs, even those guys, even though they gave me a bit of trouble. But again, remember that even though I can't block, I can still dash. So it's all about my timing, and I had to get familiar with that because I never used to dash before, and I had to do it for the entirety of the run if I were to survive. I whipped me snapped this big guy, and then it was time to go for Fajar. And I knew it was going to be a problem because, well, it's Fajar, and I don't like fighting him, especially when he does that. But again, I remembered that Fajar is very weak to being fisted in the face.
See, so they can make policy decisions in the best interest of the people of the United States.
Right.
First line of defense for the people of the United States, warn them of threat. Call it like you see it. Facts, no shading, no spin. You don't like what I'm telling you? Not my problem. I'm telling you what my sources are telling you and giving you my best assessment of are they lying, are they not lying, do they really know? Now, over to you in Washington, policymakers, to decide what to do with the information. I'm not going to shape what I tell you to make it easier for you.
Like more palatable.
Yeah. Precisely. And
because the world's a dark place.
Yes.
And sometimes protecting people isn't protecting people. Like, you need to just tell them the truth. You know.
If the whole reason why we have a central intelligence agency is precisely to do what you just said, which is tell the truth, right?
Right.
If I'm in a country in the Middle East and you want to believe they're helping us against Al-Qaeda, and my sources tell me definitively, are lying to the face of the ambassador that they're not helping us, that in fact they are sheltering Al-Qaeda, that every time you tell them to go raid a safe house, they warn the Al-Qaeda guys before they go raid the safe house. That's what my sources tell me. I'm going to report that to you. If that's embarrassing to you in the Department of State, that puts the president in a tough position, care. Like, it's not, I can't care, right? I can't make that decision. I'll decide whether you're going to use the information or not. That's your job. But I'm going to tell you well, I'm not going to tell you. I get it. You want me to tell you guys who are smiling in your face are really our friends. Ain't true, so I'm not going to say it.
It's so funny because listening to you talk like that, even down to some of your mannerisms. My son's a cancer survivor. He diagnosed when he was 3 years old. And I remember having a conversation with the doctor when he sat across the table to my wife, and I was like, probably not going to live another 3 months. And just hearing you say what you're saying, it's like, truth. But this is the truth. And my son is now
respect
18 years old. You know, it's just...
You got to respect it, and it's the only way you can do your job, right? I give you an example to put meat on the bones here. When we were in Iraq, in Kurdistan, in advance of the invasion, at one point we were down very close to the Iranian border, and there's part of an area at that point, the northern part of Iraq where the Kurds are was essentially independent of Saddam's control. In that Kurdish area, there was another enclave that was basically under the control of an offshoot of Al Qaeda. Crazy little jihadist kingdom in the mountains along the Iranian-Iraq border. Very focused on those guys because they were playing with chemical weapons and biological weapons and all kinds of stuff, and we were trying to head that off.
Yeah.
It became very clear how we were focused on this Al Qaeda threat. Washington would really love it if we could produce intelligence that said that Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden were working together. This was before the invasion in Kuwait.
What year was this?
So this would be 2002. So George Bush.
It was March 2003 is when they went in?
When they went in. So this would, I'm talking summer of 2002. We were already in there.
Less than a year after 9/11.
Yeah, and we're already looking for, the decision had already been made, we're going to invade Iraq, and they're looking for how to sell this to the American people.
Oh, marketing and branding.
Okay, so if we can say Saddam and UBL are in business together, that will make this easy. It's right after 9/11, that's why we're going into Iraq. So they would obviously like us to produce intelligence from a lot of guys we're capturing out of Al Qaeda and questioning. Suppose that this connection exists. So at one point I called the whole team together, which is a grand total of 8 of us at that point. And I just told them up front as the chief, I said, the deal, we all know the deal, we know what they want us to say. Fire that intelligence and we think it's credible intelligence. I'll be the happiest guy in the world to press the button to send that report to DC. Saddam and Osama are in bed. I don't care how much political pressure there is. That doesn't change anything about how you guys do your job. Just produce your intelligence. If the intelligence is not there,
seafood, that shit.
not going to say that or suggest that. Thing about their political interest. I didn't need to tell these guys that really because they're all pros. What I wanted them to do was hear it from me as the team leader. That okay, it's out in the open here. We all talked about it. You all know directly from me. Nothing changes. Do your job. So that's the only way you can function. In the end, by the way, we found no such evidence of any connection.
Still.
As you're talking and knowing your background, for me, I'm like, ask him about every conspiracy theory in my head. That's just what's pounding through my head right now.
All right, hit me.
No, don't. Okay. Hey, listen, he said he would stop me.
Stay on topic.
Well, no, I mean, kind of, but on topic with that, you know, some of the back and forth over the past, couple decades has been their weapons of mass destruction. Why did we go in? Like, that was what sold it to the American people.
Yes.
And
was it yellow cake uranium? And it was.
So the answer is yes.
No, the answer is no. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
Okay.
That was Colin Powell, and who was the what was the ambassador? It was they made a movie about it. I forget the name. It was a woman, and then like Dick Cheney's first chief of staff outed her.
Why am I spacing on her name? I know her very well. I served with her.
Man, I forget the name.
Lives out in New Mexico now.
Yeah, she had her husband. Her husband was like her husband. Wasn't her husband like a?
Yeah, he was.
Valerie Plame?
Yes, Valerie Plame.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
So I mean, I take a step back and I'm like, that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Lie that was sold to the American people. Chain of world events that is evil.
Still happening
And there
today.
were never any consequences for that?
What are consequences? Who has the consequences?
I don't know, but I mean,
And for the record, just to be clear, we were the only team inside Iraq
yeah,
in advance of that invasion, and we never told them we found weapons of mass destruction.
You were the only team
We
in
were the
Iraq
only
in the lead
team.
up.
They were the only team on the ground inside Iraq. We were there for almost a year and never told them that we found weapons of mass destruction. Never.
I mean, that's so mind-boggling because it changed everything.
I was 23, man. I
I
remember
was 20, and I mean, war created. Why am I blanking now? ISIS. Yeah, I mean, out of the void that was created there, ISIS came about.
Yeah.
And even Afghanistan, the correlation there, and even up till very recently, the pullout of Afghanistan and the travesty that was. I mean, it set off believable repercussions. The repercussions of that is just unbelievable.
I think if you look at our age range, like we were all in our 20s, so there was a big movement too
I
of
would enlist the next day.
yeah, men our age were all like, let's go, we're gonna go sign up, we're gonna go enlist, and they were all enlisting under a lot.
Yeah,
right. I mean, that's a crazy thing. It's like, who was it Emmett Till who was falsely accused? Wasn't that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said this white woman said that he had touched her in an elevator,
Right.
and obviously he died. There was a big riot, and it was based off of a lie. Like I think when these things like this happen, I always go back to like that simple story of like the simple. It's not a simple lie, but it's still a lie.
Well, I mean, look, the reality is the decision to invade Iraq was made by February of 2002 at the latest. I can tell you that because
General Clark was looking at that. I remember a video of General Clark saying, here's the strategy for Syria, Afghanistan, Iran.
Well, I mean, I know the decision was made because that's when I was named to be team leader to take the team in. It took
you
us,
have more knowledge than I do.
Took us a few.
Hold on, Marty's got this.
Took us a few months to get in, but the reality was we stood up the team in February of 2002, and then we were just working through issues that had to do mostly with getting into Iraq. And there was no reference to weapons of mass destruction at that point. It was Saddam is an enemy. He's a menace to the Middle East. We're going to take him out next. Maybe it's a justifiable national security decision, but if that's the basis on which you made it, that's what you should say to the American people, right?
Sure.
Not. Then as this thing progresses, you got to the point long after we were already in country, where politically, obviously, somebody's making a decision. Hey, how are we going to sell this to the American people? How do we convince them? The sort of generic Saddam is a menace to the Middle East thing doesn't seem like it's going to fly. And now it becomes weapons of mass destruction. That's why we got to go take this guy out.
So are you saying that 9/11 and the invasion of Iraq were essentially in two different thought bubbles? On one side, yes, we're going after bin Laden. Iraq, was that disconnected from 9/11, or was it?
I don't think they've ever made a connection.
We've been wanting to do this for a while.
Yeah, I think that's the summation. We've been wanting to do this for a while. And by the way, this guy tried to take out my dad.
Yeah.
So we're going to go.
Was it really that? Just he was
finishing up with that? It's like this is unfinished business. We're going to get rid of Saddam. And again, if that's your argument, say that to the American people.
Yeah.
By the way, it would be nice to get a vote of Congress in support of that on that issue because that's the way this is supposed to work.
Yeah, you're supposed to. Congress is supposed to be.
When I call him Middle Eastern Hitler, and everybody will vote for it.
Look, when I was named to be team leader, we weren't. But there was no representation that the reason why we're going to Baghdad is because of weapons of mass destruction. I wasn't. I mean, are we going to go there and collect on weapons of mass destruction if we find out? Of course, we collect. Why we're going to take out Saddam? No. That's nothing. That becomes long after we're in country. That becomes the narrative. And again, not based on any intelligence we were providing.
Wow. So, after you get out in 2008, right? Now, what did you do after 2008? Because I have private, but I don't know what that means.
So I ended up for like the next 10 years doing other stuff because I wrote books during that time period. Other things, working in a contract capacity, a bunch of other elements in the intelligence community. So DIA, NSA. Mostly as an instructor. Mostly what I was doing was teaching other people arrange and do what I had been doing for a long time.
Right.
I was not working with CIA at that point. They just kind of drew a line there and said, I'm walking away. But so, for instance, about 5 years of that, I taught at what they call the Joint Counterintelligence Training Academy, which trains all the military counterintelligence agents for the United States. And I was basically the senior tradecraft instructor, which means I'm the guy teaching them how to work on the street, surveillance, counter surveillance, source handling, all the stuff that you would break down. I was doing for about a decade working for them. And then also with elements of NSA and so forth.
So where along the way did your spidey sense start to perk up?
I feel like
to be
that was a really good pun that just got washed over. Your
What?
spidey sense.
Yeah, what?
He was it spy? But then like,
I like Peter Parker. Because it seems like we're at like this nexus in America right now, in the world. I'm kind of curious, like, and I told you that like it was right around the first few months of COVID where I'm like it's rotten in Denmark, and I was completely ignorant to it and very unaware of it. So as somebody has the expertise and the knowledge and the experience, did your spidey sense start going, I see, which in my mind, an ideology or a way of thinking that I think is anti-humanist. Okay? And it's very terrifying to game for the future because you don't know where it's going to go, and there's a lot of fear and anxiety.
Right.
At what point you like, hey, something's getting weird? I mean, was it 1988 or was it?
Well, no, I mean, as I said before when we were talking about getting out of the agency, at the time I walked out the door from the agency, my primary focus was probably on what I was seeing in front of me every day operating overseas.
Sure.
Which is
so it's like a myopic.
It's
like,
yeah. Well,
I like myopic.
And I've been out of the country at this point for 20 years. I mean, I was in the country for periods of time, but when I was in the country, I'm learning a new language, or I'm going through a weapons course, or I'm going through something else. So all my focus is on me for the next assignment and getting back out the door. So even when I'm back on U.S. soil, I'm kind of not back on U.S. soil, if you will, mentally. Out of the agency, it was sort of, again, okay, because of what I'm seeing in front of me with all these issues. And gradually over like the next 10 years, you realize, okay, this is not just CIA, this is the whole U.S. government, and then there are dimensions of this. I think that intensified, this awareness definitely over the last 5 years. And
personally for you?
Me personally, yes. And I can remember vividly at some point my wife and I standing in the kitchen of our home down in Maryland when we were still living down there, literally looking at each other and saying, what happened to the country we were defending while we were away? All of us,
2008.
Like you're all of a sudden you're like, we just spent 20 years on the walls. Here's the country we left. What is going on here exactly? What is happening? We finally got to the point, probably 5 years ago now, where we made the decision, okay, we're shutting down in DC, we're getting out of Washington, we're cutting free of this, we're cutting free of government contracts, all of this stuff. It took us a couple of years after that to realize that in terms of finding a place and actually making the move. But so I don't know. I mean, I would.
Was it one thing, or was it just like a collective?
No, it was definitely not one thing. I mean, and I suspect this is the way it is for a lot of people. You just all of a sudden realize, just a thing at a time. You realize, good Lord. I mean, the way I always put it to people is, we're talking about something, and I say to them, look, if you told me this 5 years ago or more than 5 years ago, I would have told you that's the plot of a bad novel. That's a bad conspiracy theory. Yeah. That's a grade B Hollywood movie. I know this to be absolutely true. I never would have.
So is your tinfoil hat fitted or adjustable?
Definitely adjustable.
Come on, that was a good joke. That was a great joke. It just took me a second because I wanted to hear his answer.
So
because I gotta fit more conspiracies under there.
So can I do? I know that your official title is not spy, but it just makes for a better. If I do like Ask a Spy.
Yeah, cool.
Oh man, this is gonna be great. Everything you ever wanted to know.
No, I don't. I want to move through this. I have a plan.
Oh, okay.
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 So,
can I play Ask a Spy at the end?
Yes, that's
okay.
it.
Thank you.
Dan, that's our game. Because sometimes we do a game, just to keep it interesting.
Okay. Are there prizes?
High fives and I don't know salutations.
As many as you can grab, Jolly Ranchers. But once your hand is full, you can't get it out of the jar. It's like catching a raccoon.
I can pull up one of those games real quick if you want to. I
think that's how
they
they
email. I don't know if today's the day though.
That's how they catch monkeys too.
Yeah.
With Jolly Ranchers?
With fruit in a jar.
Raccoons, you put something shiny in it that their hand can fit in, but once they grab the shiny, they can't, and they just stay there.
So when you and your wife had that like found realization,
yeah.
What was like? So a lot of people that like I talk to, like I saw you speak at Moms for Liberty, and you know they always ask these questions like, what are we? They feel helpless, but at the same time they wanna do something, and it's almost like they're a duck with the feet moving as fast as they can, and they're moving real slow. What is it that you guys decided would be the most positive thing that you could do in the direction to actually just or come to an understanding yourself?
You know, what I always say to people is the critical thing is do something.
Right.
Like stop. I mean, so as a generic response, like for the silver bullet, us together, and the answer is just figure out what you personally can do right now. Because everybody has something they can do right now. Go run for school board or support somebody running for school board. I made this decision, and again, it's probably one of these things where you can't fully articulate it at the time. I made this decision, I'm going to get off the sidelines and get involved. So the first thing I did was actually run for Congress down in Maryland.
Oh, no shit, really?
Yeah. So I just...
That's terrible, to run for office.
Yes, so we went out and ran for Congress, got our heads handed to us down in Maryland, but learned a whole heck of a lot. And then after that, I just sort of plowed on into I'm just going to keep getting involved in every way I can, writing, talking, doing television, doing radio, organizing patriot groups, if that's the right term for them, all of that. I'm just going to keep moving. I don't know that I've yet sketched out the full game plan for how that all fits together. It's just everything I can put my hands on that I feel like is making an impact, opening people's eyes and making the change. That's where I am.
So that's something that like I especially, and I think the other guys in this room, Dan and Mike, I think that's what they just want people to not be afraid and have truth. And I think in something I'm so, to be absolutely honest with you, I'm so tired of talking about COVID. But I think, for my generation, 9/11, before COVID, I was like 9/11 changed everything.
Right.
The moment 9/11 happened, it changed everything.
Right.
And now COVID is like, COVID changed everything. What do you see as the response to COVID, and what has transpired since? It seems like there's this the best thing I can say is brainwashing of people's minds to it's like once you're afraid, now we're going to tell you everything that you should be afraid about, and you have to believe that, whether it's whether it's driving through Christmas parades or whatever, which we never talked about after that. That was weird.
Right.
Or
whatever happened to the Chinese tennis player girl? Remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
All over world news. It was like the number.
Oh, the one that disappeared.
That disappeared. She had accused a high-ranking member of the Chinese government
of
was
assault.
everywhere for 3 days. Not another one.
Well, there's a WNBA player who's stuck over there right now.
Well, you can't criticize the Chinese Communist Party. That's rule number one.
I mean, look, they obviously they have good intentions.
We're making way too much money off of doing business with the Chinese Communist Party.
So I mean, so is that where it started? Because I hear people talk about like where it's like 1986, 87, 88, like and I hate to say it, man, like the Chinese. I'm not talking about them as a people. about
Agreed.
the people in charge.
100% understand, and I add that caveat every time I utter the word Chinese as
Right.
well. Let's be clear, the number one sufferers under the Chinese Communist Party are 1 billion Chinese people to wake up in a prison every day run by a totalitarian regime.
Or like 25 million in Shanghai right now.
So you're not helping the Chinese people by pulling your punches against the Chinese Communist Party. The best thing that could happen to them, overthrow them and install a democratic regime and actually have control over their destinies. Shoot your question.
I don't even remember what the hell it was, Sam. So I think like I said, post COVID, right? And it seemed like it to me, like it was. And thanks for somebody in my life like Micah and Dan, because I told you I was like a hardcore liberal when COVID happened, and then like Micah helped open my eyes. So did Dan. Dan's just really like sarcastic. He's like, yeah, that makes sense. So I was like, yeah, wait, that doesn't make sense.
Well, that's like a political ideology, sarcasm.
Is it? Yeah. Well, good, Dan. You should run for office.
Maybe next term. I don't know about right now.
My favorite part of all of COVID was about a month into it, once you, like, the blinders kind of came off for you a little bit. You sent me a video of Reagan giving a speech. You're like, this guy's awesome. I'm like, how have you never heard of Ronald Reagan? Like, you were a crazy far
I saw him ride a horse. The actor. What do you think was? Look, all the evidence is pointing towards the lab. Oh, and so far, but you can't discount it. It's like there's, especially in your business. He says a thing, you got what's it? Trust but verify.
Yeah.
There's a lot of evidence pointing to the lab thing. There's a lot of evidence pointing towards a bunch of people who seem to take advantage of this situation in ways that are detrimental to people's physical health, mental health, and the health of the country.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Look, if you ask me the origins of COVID, I don't think there's any significant question here. If you have any common sense, it came out of a lab in Wuhan.
Is that your assessment as an expert?
Yes, that's my assessment as the guy who used to run the terrorist weapons mass destruction unit for the Central Intelligence Agency. So my whole gig and my unit was to hunt chemical, nuclear, and radiological programs everywhere on the planet.
Oh, the Four Horsemen.
The Four Horsemen, yes. Yeah. I'm the guy who should be wearing the black cloak and carrying the scythe around, the Grim Reaper.
Oh, you're dead.
But anyway, hi. That's got to be that was the number one theory from the beginning, and every piece of evidence we have seen since. Absolutely, where this thing came out of Wuhan, where they're doing gain of function research on precisely this kind of virus. By the way, they're using a whole bunch of money that Dr. Fauci is pumping into their lab, as taxpayer money, even though Barack Obama told us to knock it off and there would be no more funding for gain of function research.
Right.
All he did was move it to China and pump the money through a third party.
It's like companies setting up in Delaware, so they don't have to pay the taxes. You know what I mean?
By the way, this Department of State, God help us, the Department of State's the ones producing the cutting edge intelligence in this, but for years prior to that, they were reporting Wuhan lab as a pandemic waiting to happen. It's a disaster. Their lab practices are horrible. Something's going to escape from there.
Yeah, the warning signs were all there from the State Department cables, weren't they?
Yes, and most recently, there have been more Department of State cables that have come out saying, basically, after the pandemic started, right there in the message traffic from the Department of State. Trust me, as an old CIA guy, having to credit the Department of State really sticks in my craw when I have to say that they're the ones producing the reporting, but God bless them, they were. And they just said right there, here are the possibilities, and the number one has to be it came out of Wuhan lab. And by the way, the only reason we can't confirm it is because the Chinese won't let us look. So crystal clear from day one, and everybody who's paying attention knows that. And knows that we deliberately covered that up. I mean, I personally was thrown off of various social media platforms in an assessment saying that, and was told that the only way I'd be allowed back on is if I basically did a Chinese Communist Party style
atonement.
I had to stand up and write basically a retraction and atone for it's called a struggle session is what the CCP calls it. You have to stand up in front of the party and confess your sins and beg for forgiveness, and then they'll let you back in. Literally, I was told that that's what I got to do, and obviously I didn't do that.
Yeah.
But
You're not going to kowtow to Mao.
So all of that is crystal clear, and it's a complete lie for a whole variety of reasons. And I agree with you 100% that COVID is then used as a justification, pose all sorts of controls for a broader purpose, not really health related at all. For me, the central struggle in this whole country right now is between the American people, tiny minority of individuals, incredibly powerful and incredibly wealthy, and many of them in bed with the CCP in China, who basically want to run the country. Your job as a peon is to shut up and sit down and do what you're told. And these guys, with the help of big pharma and big tech and so forth, they will allow you to maintain the outer appearance of a republic. Vote every once in a while to make yourself feel better and choose between a couple of bad choices.
Yeah.
But in terms of who actually runs the country, I mean, frankly, if you think about where we were with the robber barons and Theodore Roosevelt about 1900, I think we've come full circle, except that these guys are even richer. These guys have toys now that nobody had in 1900, like they control what you see every time you Google something on the internet. They control whether your posts are allowed to stay up. I mean, they have all kinds of capacities that nobody could dream of 120 years ago, where we are. And COVID is just part of that.
What I remember, clearly when COVID first reality, I mean, you saw images on the news, on TV, but then when it became an actual reality for us of it's in I remember Tom Hanks. The first one was Tom Hanks getting it, like, oh no, an American's got it. And then I remember watching an NBA game and Rudy Gobert, he tested positive, cleared the place out, and and that's when it started to get kind of real. And like I said before, my son's a cancer survivor, so he's already got some residual respiratory things that he deals with. When COVID first came here, I mean, I think pretty much everybody, except for I'm guessing maybe you, was terrified of it. This guy, I went to his house to go drop off something for his wife, and he wouldn't come within 30 feet.
I was wearing a dinosaur suit, those big T-Rex. No, I'm kidding, I wasn't wearing that.
He was literally at the sink just washing his hands, like, do not come over here. I was like, okay. It's not even in Pennsylvania yet. What are you doing? Still, my son wouldn't let him go do anything because we didn't want him to catch this. And
sure.
Remember, there was two big things for me. Well, I guess number one, my question is, what was your response? What did you think first came? Did you, I've seen this play out before, I know this game. Or just kind of a general, all of us civvies over here, just out.
Oh, I mean, I think when it first happened, I wasn't freaking out. I wasn't terrified. On the other hand, I was sort of all right, well, let's see exactly. Let's watch the data and let's watch the information. Let's see what actually develops here. How bad is this thing? And then pretty quickly it becomes crystal clear that this is a bad flu season. And unless you already have comorbidities. I mean, if you're things that really compromise your health, this is not really a big deal. And to the extent it is a big deal, there are available things like hydroxychloroquine that are cheap and generic,
don't line the pockets of
and you can
companies.
Yes, well, I mean, a good friend of ours is a guy named Dr. Hatfield. Kind of friends we have. So Dr. Hatfield was one of the guys. For many years, he was basically one of our leading bio-warfare experts at Fort Detrick.
It's in Kentucky, right?
Just in Maryland. Frederick.
I'm an idiot.
Frederick, Maryland. So that's his whole life's work, right? And he was actually called to the White House very early on. I'm talking March of 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
And to implement the National Pandemic Response Plan, which he wrote, by the way. An actual existing plan for how to do this, because there are guys who get paid to do this. So he was in the process of working on implementing that plan. One of the first things they did was buy an enormous stockpile of hydroxychloroquine to begin not just treating people who had it, but prophylactically giving it to you in advance. That was the immediate reaction, because hydroxychloroquine is known to work, and it's generic and it's cheap, and they're going to buy it. And then they're going to implement all the other portions of the plan, which include things like homes not only will not have COVID patients put there, but nursing homes will be isolated and quarantined from anybody with COVID. We know in advance that's the most susceptible portion of the population, and we must protect them. So this is a very well thought out, professional, put together plan. 60 days, don't hold me to the exact timeline.
Right.
Hatfield gets shoved out of the White House, and who arrives? A whole crew of people who are all basically coming directly from Big Pharma. As they arrive, hydroxychloroquine is forbidden. It is now evil, even though there's no science to support that. Everything other portion of the plan basically gets shoved off the table. New York and Pennsylvania, everybody starts putting COVID patients into
I was just
nursing.
going to ask you that. I mean,
They start shoving them into nursing homes, so which is just a death sentence for these people, because that's the population you're worried about. And what is the only solution now that we can talk about to the entire thing? A vax, man. You can't treat them with generic pills and fix this. Only the experimental vaccine will save us, because only the experimental vaccine is going to make Big Pharma $1 trillion worldwide. And unfortunately, let's be fair. All those decisions are made while Donald Trump is still sitting in the White House.
Yeah, I think, and that's the other thing too, where I see, people, look, former side hated that man. They hated everything he stood for. They hated every policy he had. I mean, even though he gave tons of money to historically black colleges, he allowed former felons to vote, which is something that they didn't have. Like, it didn't matter. That was a bad guy. And I remember did first talk about hydroxychloroquine and ultraviolet radiation, or ultraviolet light, that they put down your bronchial, what goes into your lungs, your bronchial tubes? I don't know, whatever.
esophagus.
Whatever. No, that's for food. The news was like, oh, he's a quack, he's this, he's that. And it's like, oh, there is a company that actually does clean your lungs out with ultraviolet radiation. Oh, hydroxychloroquine is known as a zinc, I think it's a zinc ionophore is what they call it.
It works.
Or if it doesn't work, it doesn't kill. There's no...
It's used all over the planet for all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's an anti-malarial. It was, to us, basically like peanuts when we were overseas.
Yeah.
I didn't take it because the derivative we had in some people causes crazy, like, dreams, like acid-induced dreams, and you just don't get any freaking sleep. And after I'd done that for about 2 nights, I'm like, okay, I'm waking up exhausted. I can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
But the point is exactly what you said. It doesn't hurt you. A dangerous thing. It is cheap.
Okay. From that, because I could go for 4 hours about how I think and I hate to say this, but only time in history where there was a one-size-fits-all bullet the coronaviruses are colds. They come from the common cold. Every Lest oil wipe or whatever they have, or what are they called? Is it Lest oil? That's what you cook with. Lysol. I'm an idiot. Says prevents against.
I was 99... fine with Lest oil.
Yeah, I was so confused.
His counters are really slick.
He's been licking it.
But it says kills coronaviruses. It says all that stuff. Right. I knew people who for 5 months were microwaving their mail. I don't understand how in hindsight, people can't look back and say, I think left the starting line at the wrong place. And maybe they can go, that's okay. Once you find out, like, some of these things, common sense makes sense. Like I shit you not. 3 weeks, 2 of my uncles have been diagnosed with cancer. I don't know the odds of that, right?
Right.
And I sent them. I ran across this guy named I think it's Joe Tippins. He claims that this anti-parasitic called fenbendazole alleviated his cancer, right? So my tinfoil hat's adjustable. Send this to my mother, who sends it to her brother, and then my dad's friend has cancer. He sends it to him. My dad doesn't realize that the next day his buddy has an oncology appointment, right? So my family thinks I'm nuts, if I were kind of with me. And dad's friend calls him that day, and he's like, "Oh, the oncologist, I mentioned fenbendazole thinking I was going to get laughed at." And yes, it's a thing. Yes, they do studies on it. Yes, they stop the studies because it's cheap. Want to take it, ain't going to hurt you.
Right.
So everybody with the fear of COVID, right? If hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin can increase your chances by 1%, is it not worth it?
100%. Look, we have never responded to a disease before by withholding therapeutic treatment. I came down with COVID very early on, and I contacted a doctor. What happened to me? Same thing happened to everybody else around that time.
Can't treat it?
They said, don't come in. Get to the point where the symptoms are so bad, you sort of bench.
Got the heat on.
My candle is bothering me.
That's like the second time I knocked that shit down from right there.
I know, it was at the bottom of the steps the other day. I'm like, oh. I just talked to somebody, and he told me Easter's not a real holiday. I'm like, I mean, you got a point, but you celebrate other holidays, so just because you're not a Christian, don't say that.
Easter isn't a real holiday.
I'm like, sir, do you take off to go worship Allah? Okay then. So, I mean, how are you any better than a Christian? Easter not a real holiday. Then your shit ain't a real holiday.
Ain't none of them are real.
That's what I was just like, but for him to say that after going to this whole spiel, like, okay, I don't care that you're a different religion. Don't take it out on me, because I'm here at work on Easter, sir.
Motherfuckers bored.
I swear, just had a lady call me like, oh, is the peanut butter you put in the traps poisonous? I'm like, lady, it's Easter. Your technician is not in today. I don't know what y'all want me to do.
I don't know why my shit buffering,
Yeah, I thought today was gonna be like barely anybody calling and just all sales, because if you're calling a day, you need something. But it's been all people talking about, y'all charged me, you did this, you did that. So, it's all good though. That's my job. But that was funny as hell. He was like, Easter's not even a real holiday. I work at customer support. This place is open 365 days a year. I'm like, yeah, and we are, but there's how many of us versus how many technicians.
Yeah, we're open, and that's why you're talking to me on the Easter holiday.
But the branches aren't open today, none of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, okay, they work Monday through Saturday. Can they get one day off? Them technicians work hard. And I don't understand why people think they're like the only customer. Like, you're one of many. You're not the only one. So why you think your technician, you just own them? You don't. They have other people to service as well, and they have lives. And, you know, I don't mind working Easter or any holiday. Like Christmas, if I work Christmas, I get paid real good. Or like New Year's, we get paid for Martin Luther King. A lot of other things, but of course Easter, no. But I'm like, look, I'll work whatever holiday if y'all want to pay me extra. But like I said, them techs, they be starting at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning and going all the way till 6, 7 o'clock at night sometimes. Like, they be tired. They need a break.
Yeah, Jennifer said she won't be in tomorrow. She since we had Friday off, she was like, fuck that, I'm taking Monday off too.
Why that? Nice long weekend. Yeah, I can only imagine what it's going to be like for everybody going back to work tomorrow. Like, I'm already prepared for tomorrow to be absolutely crazy. Although I don't know how it is for y'all. People might not be bothering y'all too much tomorrow, huh?
Mm-mm.
But by Tuesday or Wednesday.
Most of my clients already got jobs now. I gotta wait for these people. The one last guy, Zachary, said he had an interview on Thursday. I need to call him Monday and see if he got that job or not.
I mean, nobody wants to work in the spring and the summer, but that's the main time to get it. Plan for your vacations, get all the little shit you need. Tax money running out.
I don't want this shit fucking
Oh
playing.
yeah, I told you I talked to the customer support for my dress, please.
Mm.
She didn't tell me when it would be here, but she said it will be here in time. Whatever that means. So I canceled the other order because that was another $100 for no reason. Got my money back.
I know my YouTube buffered so hard like that.
I think
You feel like grilling
the
burgers?
starting line at the wrong place, and maybe they can go, that's okay. But once you find out, like, some of these things, common sense makes sense. You know, like, I shit you not, in the last 3 weeks, 2 of my uncles have been diagnosed with cancer. Fiber kind of with me, and
You said you what this?
That this played out so well over the past 2 years is because, in my humble opinion, the strongest emotion is not love, it is fear. When you make somebody afraid, they'll do things that are unimaginable. So I think that's kind of, you know, it's why I shut my business down, out of fear. You know, whether it's fear of COVID or whether it's fear of the police showing up and arresting me, I shut down my business out of fear. Said, now at this point, 2 years later, if we just go through the list, it don't work unless it's an N95.
Yes.
The vaccines either don't work or they don't work like they were promised. We know that 100% to be true.
Right.
You know, I don't know enough about it to sit here and say that they don't work at all. I think they do. I think that they've helped some people, but they obviously do not work even remotely like they promised. You know, just like outside of COVID over the past 2 years, just the amount of lies that have come out of Washington, D.C. You know, even down to like right now, the big thing is Hunter Biden's laptop. This Russian information, you know, Russian collusion, you know, it's all, everything that we've been told from a political worldview, COVID, put it all into one big basket. It's all been untrue. All of it.
Yes.
I think that at the end of the day, would rather going along with it because ignorance is bliss. And if I just keep towing the line, or maybe it'll get better, an emotional mask that they're wearing now. Like, I can't believe I fell for this for 2 years. I'm just going to keep going, and you know.
So they have a CIA agent on there.
It's one of the scariest things I've ever seen.
He's all like,
I'm a student of
everything
history.
is
I
fucking
love to
fake,
look back at
man.
history. I'm like,
Everything's
this
set
is
the fuck
how
up.
empires fall. This is what happened to Rome. This is why.
What's
Even down to some of the cultural things that are happening right now. I mean, you look at
all the
what's
lies
happening
that our
in some of the
government tells us
conversations
about almost everything, yeah.
CRT, about
the
you know,
government
transgender
lies, yeah.
rights, like all of these things, and it's like
But,
we
I mean,
are
like,
tearing
what's fake,
ourselves
like the
apart
moon
from the
landing?
inside, and
No, when
nobody
he said
seems to know it.
9/11, all that
I
shit
mean,
was set
people
up.
like, I'm guessing us.
There was never no
Like,
weapons of mass destruction. But it's always good to hear like
about
a motherfucker from the inside saying that shit.
Still just
And he's not gonna get in any trouble.
the majority of the
He
population
already got
keeps going along
deplatformed
with it.
from social
And that's what I
media
said before, like,
saying something.
I feel like
said
either
something about China.
I've lost my mind
And it's like, yo,
completely,
they took me off.
or everybody else
And it's like
has.
the only way I can come back is
Don't
if
know
I
where the-
put out
I
like
don't know where.
no, if I he's
See,
like
now
if
are
I
we
do
crazy?
like a public statement right
And now
now to
crazy
my
again.
comments
Oh, good. At least-
saying I
at
was
least
wrong
us in
and
this room.
apologize, and then we'll reinstate your accounts.
Well,
He's
I
like, I'm
think
not
there are a
doing
lot
that
of
shit.
people that
So now he's just like, yeah, I'll just do
either
talk
awake
shows and
or aren't
podcasts
awake.
and shit and tell
and
my
then there are
shit that way.
people maybe at the other end of the
And
spectrum.
he said, man,
That's
he's
a good
like day
analogy,
one.
that
We already knew fucking COVID come from a lab, yo.
they don't. I mean, they're
Right.
they're the problem. They are pushing the agenda
Already
that
knew.
we're fighting against. To believe, you know, you touched on something that I think is very real, which there are a lot of
So
people
I know
in the
you probably
middle
don't want to leave the house today. I'm just telling you what my plan is.
kind of just
When I
don't
get
want to
off.
think about it.
They offered VTO,
Right,
but
they,
didn't
and I
offer it
think
to
this
me,
is
but I'm just
always
gonna try and
true
get all my money.
on things political.
'Cause I only got
Generically, I would say
3
this.
hours left when I go back anyway.
The kitchen table issue. It isn't until the kitchen table issues really hit
I'm gonna
them,
go over
Here.
the gas.
kind of where we are now. When gas prices go through the roof and you can't fill up your pickup
Go
truck
Rite Aid
anymore,
and see what kind of
and
milk
you're
I'm
not
still
sure
got.
you can buy groceries next week, and you
And
can't,
I'm gonna get some buns.
then it starts
I'm
getting
coming right
real
back
to
to
you.
the
But
house.
in
You don't have
generically,
any
you'd
buns for
rather
burgers.
just turn off the news, turn on a reality TV show. Not to sound disparaging,
And
right?
if
You
if
got
want
kids to
something
take
else,
care
I
of, you
can
got a
grab
job,
back
you're
of
trying to
meat or
pay the
something,
rent.
whatever you want.
Real
Trying to
work.
get by.
Some
You're just
steaks, I
trying
might
to
get some
friggin'
steaks,
deal
too.
with the reality of life, and
But
you
that's
don't
what I'm
have any
saying,
time
like,
to
I know
really
you
go
probably don't wanna
research all
eat,
this stuff
but
on
if
your
you
own.
do,
And you
that's what I
probably,
want.
Marky
If
comes
not,
in.
just let me know
like, you
what
probably
want,
don't
and I'll
need the
grab it.
depression and the heartache and the heart. I mean, I got
Yeah.
a brother who's a very educated guy to the government, longer watches the news at all, right?
I don't blame him.
And I get exactly why. He's like, because we've all got relatives where you talk to them and you start talking to them about these kind of issues, and they've never heard about anything that you're mentioning to them because they have just themselves. It's a big problem though, because I don't, to stick with the COVID example, I don't personally subscribe to the notion that COVID was deliberately released from the Wuhan lab.
Well, that takes off one of my
Okay.
ask us by.
That doesn't mean I'm guaranteeing you it wasn't, because at this point,
COVID, intentional question mark.
at this point, I'm not going to cross anything off the list. But personally, I don't think that's how this happened right now. But I certainly do think, in line with what we've been saying, is that once the opportunity presented itself to use this thing to push a pre-existing agenda, that a whole bunch of people said, oh yeah, we're jumping on top of this, man. This gives us the opportunity. I mean, every governor, well, not every governor, but a whole bunch of governors in the state, including one right here in PA, said, wow, I can all of a sudden become the king instead of the governor. I can just say, it's an emergency, man. Therefore, I have all sorts of authorities that nobody ever gave me, somehow magically fell from the sky.
Yeah, it's very interesting that it's
Never let a good tragedy go to waste.
It's very interesting that the governor voted
Just saying. I want you mentioned something about agendas, and I think, oh, thanks for cleaning me like a mountain gorilla,
like a monkey.
And I think you're right. I think in my mind, I don't think there's any way to disprove any of that, because the Chinese won't let you look, and the American government doesn't seem too eager to push them on it. So I don't think we'll ever know. It definitely wasn't a pangolin. But when you say agenda, there is opportunists. There is what was that earthquake or tsunami on Christmas Day? What was that? Tide over in India. It was like the Indian Ocean or something like that. They made a movie about it, because that's my whole frame of reference is entertainment.
Maybe Indonesia.
The Indonesian, it killed 250,000 people. Immediately after that, it was like, we're building condos, we're doing this, we're doing that. Never let the tragedy go to waste.
Exactly.
So as far as when you say agenda, and Micah earlier mentioned CRT, gender fluidity. I mean, is that what came in, and is that the ultimate goal? Is the ultimate goal every day's a gay pride parade? Or I don't understand why these are the things that they're pushing, especially when we live in Scranton, right?
This design back here before I even finish the hand
is Greenridge, and Greenridge is a very affluent part of town.
Right.
We neglect.
Damn. Yeah.
It's almost like.
But I don't want to stop with skin colors.
There's the haves and the have-nots, and the haves tend to do things that make them feel good. And the have-nots tend to not participate in the process because they've been shit on the whole time.
Right.
So what is this agenda that they're trying to get in, as you see it, as a professional government and the Central Intelligence Agency? Everybody's there's going to be people who are going to say, once a spy, always a spy. How do you know that you're not giving disinformation? How do you not know?
That's the only reason I'm here as an infiltrator. I came.
Thank you. I want to make sure that the three of us are live today.
That actually is my operation.
I said, Sam, I don't care if you're live. Just tell a good goddamn story.
That's what I was
I
thinking.
said, get up to Scranton and infiltrate this shit. That's
so the school. That's CRT stuff.
Are you Irish? That's the first question. If you infiltrate here, you have
I'm
to.
literally making sure
Illusion.
I'm prepared.
Scottish, actually.
Close enough.
Better.
For 4 or 5 hours.
I mean, the Scots are the ones that do all the work. The Irish are the ones that have all the fun. That's the way that breaks down.
Oh, that's because we're sad and we drink. But the CRT stuff, we had somebody on our podcast from the Scranton School. He was running for school board, and I kind of mentioned the CRT thing. He's like, doesn't exist now.
Chrome like that?
Yeah.
But it's in front of me because immediately when you say, yeah, man, that's kind of real. They're immediately,
it's very real.
Probably 60 for that.
Can you explain what it is and how it is being used and why?
CRT or the broader agenda?
So let's just start with CRT, because the broader agenda is we'll save that for the dessert.
Yeah, let's get your CRT, gender fluidity, if you will.
Well, this is the way I break it down to people. For people, I mean, CRT is an outgrowth of Marxist ideology. That's not and I say that as a guy who, when he first started his career undercover, the groups we were working against were primarily European Marxist-Leninist groups that were going around shooting diplomats and so forth. So I've spent more than my share of time hanging out around the coffee houses with Marxist-Leninists, having to get immersed in the madness of the ideology. So I know a little bit about that topic. So I don't say that as just some throwaway expression. CRT is not growth of Marxist ideology. But nobody wants to hear about Marx. You be brain damaged. It's horrifying stuff. The way I break it down for people is this. We as a country, for at least since the 50s, the Civil Rights Movement, have basically had a national consensus that what we want is a colorblind society. What we're moving toward is, however imperfectly in fits and starts and all that stuff, a society like Martin Luther King would have said, where you're judged by, your character,
not the color of your skin.
Not the color of your skin. And everybody's generally in agreement with that. Again, we can argue about how well we're implementing that and so forth. But that's the goal, right? Jobs, employment, buy a house, whatever the heck it is. Race does not determine that, okay?
Should not.
Right, should not. That's our goal. That's our objective.
Right.
I'm not suggesting we have somehow achieved perfection and we got there. There are not issues. Not suggesting that at all. all generally in agreement that's where we want to be. CRT is a completely alternative way of looking at this, which actually prevalent back in the 60s and 70s, not necessarily publicly under that name, which is essentially there's no hope of doing that. The nation is fundamentally flawed. It's an inherently racist nation. People are inherently racist. You really can't get rid of that. The best you can do is struggle against it. Basically, this is an evil, corrupt system from Jump Street, and therefore, and then there are a series of solutions that come out of that depending on who you are. Some of them involve creating literally black homelands. We're going to have a separate, we're going to take Texas, and Texas is now the black United States of America, and that's where black people live, white people get out. I mean, these are literal proposals. In fact, Texas is one of the places that has been proposed for that.
Actually doing proposals about stuff
Yeah,
like
I don't know that the people in Texas are aware of that, but in any event, there's that, and then there's generally the sort of idea that, you know, okay, fine, we're not going to do that, but we have to just accept that America is inherently racist and inherently bad, and then whatever we're going to do, whether that's reparations, whether that's whatever consequence. But it is it's 180 degrees out from the idea that what we're shooting for is a colorblind society. We are shooting for a society where color is
everything.
Everything. Layered on top of that, of course, with intersectionality, which basically means you're disadvantaged in more than one way. If you are black, you're being beat up by the system. If you're a black woman, you're being beat up by the system 2 times. If you're a black trans person, I guess you're being beat up by the system. I don't know how many times that counts. But the whole policy is we're not ever getting to a colorblind society. That's not the goal. We're dividing the society, and this will determine everything. And if you are part of the white elite, and everybody who's white is elite.
Everyone?
Everybody. You are an oppressor, and you better be apologizing for that and paying for that and making amends for that. There is no end to this, by the way. You can't ever get this out of the system. Again, we're not like going to hire more black people at the fire department to even out, you know, because we think there's been discrimination in the past, and then get past this and move forward. This is a new structure. So the goal is, I mean, that's what critical race theory is. That you move to this, and it has obviously infected the schools and infected colleges and infected universities. To me, what the ultimate goal of this is the goal of all Marxist ideology, which is to tear your society apart. How Marxists destroy the society is by finding cleavage points. The original idea with Marx and Engels was the cleavage point is between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, because it was 1840s in industrial Western Europe.
Right.
Okay. Mao turned that into peasants versus whoever in his version in communist China. Version is to divide all of America into separate tribes based on as many cleavage points as you can identify. Black against white, gay against straight, against everybody. I don't know. I mean,
is the purpose of it we're all down here punching while they're up there ruling? Like,
yes.
Okay.
Yes, because you tear the society apart. And also, I mean, there's another element that, since I threw into the mix things like the sort of gender fluidity idea, there is an express element here to destroy the family unit, which again is a hallmark of Marxism, because if you look at every totalitarian government, number one bulwark against totalitarian control is the family unit. What's now known as the patriarchy, right?
So that would be almost like the immunity, whatever crazy ideas are coming down.
And that, so
natural immunity.
So you can't have telling their kids, dad can't raise their kids. Mom and dad can't, you know, infect them with their own ideas and their own ideology. The state has to take control of that, right? Increasingly what's happening with things like CRT and the transgender movement in schools. You know, I'm all for old school liberal, right? Live your life. The essence of the essence of the American sense of liberty to me is the right to be let alone.
Right.
Get out of my business. Leave me alone. My wife, my kids, my property. We raised, you know, which I think is how most Americans. This is the antithesis of this, right? And especially when you get down to things like talking to your kids about gender fluidity, sex, gender roles, you're like, man, what? Let's be teaching my kid how to read and write and do arithmetic, not.
Think about Chaucer.
And yeah, exactly. How about educate them, man? What they're saying in Chaucer would be nice. First of all, that whole medieval English thing.
Have you heard the horseshoe theory?
I don't know what that is.
The horseshoe theory is, and I got this from TikTok. It's very deep.
Okay.
Thanks, China.
The horseshoe theory.
We just went from Chaucer to TikTok in like 5 seconds.
Welcome to 2022, Sam.
Yeah,
it's great. The horseshoe theory is that humanity, when it comes to a political or worldview, you might go right or left, and but eventually, the far extremes, you're going to come back together to the same place. The best example is the Baptist and the bootlegger. The Baptist thinks that alcohol sin, so they want it. They don't want it because it's wrong, it's horrible. The bootlegger doesn't want legal alcohol because they make their living by legging. And these two people that have completely opposite worldviews, at the end of the day, come back to the same place where they want alcohol to be illegal, even though they're completely two different things. And I heard this, was like, this all makes sense, and so, we have this. Then you have BLM Incorporated and the KKK, two seemingly opposite ends of the spectrum come back to the same place, because at the end of the day, when you're an ideological extremist, you're going to come back to segregation, which is what we have.
Right.
And it's so crazy to me because, like you said, like I consider myself a classic liberal. I always identified that way. Now, it's like I feel like I don't even have a home.
Right.
In modern American politics. It's
right.
Like, we should all agree, no matter how you feel about it, we should all agree that an adult has the right to love, marry whoever they want to, as long as they're another legal adult.
100%.
That's not controversial. It shouldn't be controversial.
Right.
I think we should all agree that teachers should not be talking to 6-year-olds about sex.
Right.
They're getting so up in arms about it. It's really scary. So upset that you're not allowed to talk about sex with 6-year-olds. That shouldn't be controversial.
I'm just gonna thought this the other day, and I was like, to be a cop, right? You have to get like all these different certificates, accreditations,
right.
And you get like your I do some work with the college sometimes, and teachers who you're not accredited. You're talking about things, and you're talking to children about things that are confusing to a lot of people, and,
right.
and there was no certificate or accreditation anywhere in the state policy, the local policy, the federal policy to say that you can discuss that. Like, you got to go to school to teach geometry, but when it comes to like gender, which is so, children don't understand why butterflies fly. You're going to start telling them that they are not who they are. I just think it's really. If you're 18, I don't care what you do. Don't hurt people. Don't hurt kids.
Right.
As long as you're happy, you have the right to pursue that in America.
Yeah, but you also keep your hands off. I mean, when you and I first met, I think I was doing a presentation with a group that we're involved in, and one of the things we were talking about, we were probably talking mostly COVID issues at that, but we talked some about CRT. But of any presentation like that, one of the first things I try to say very loudly and very clearly to everybody, because we're basically talking to parents, is not here to make any decisions for you about your kids or tell you what you have to do with your kids. Our central principle is they are your children, you're in control, you should make the decision. All we're here to do is educate you about what we think, and obviously we have our own opinions, but at the end of the day, I typically also say, if at the end of the day, after you go do some research and you decide that Sam Faddis doesn't know what the heck he's talking about, awesome. Good, and you want to go a completely different direction. You're the dad, you're the mom. Take charge.
Thanks for listening, though.
Yeah, and obviously I'm not going to hide what I think my opinions are, what I think you should do. But at the end, what I'm saying very clearly is nobody's here to order you to or force you to do anything. These teachers increasingly, we don't have an agreement with them on that same principle. is that they're talking about things that they're not qualified about. Agree with the way you're raising your children, and they do in fact believe they have a right. Fix that in their mind. Fix, absolutely. So you believe that there are two genders. Care how people live their lives, if this guy wants whatever he wants to do. But the bottom line is, you believe that there are men and women, and you don't really buy this whole thing about what is pushed as transgender ideology. That's your personal belief, and you're raising your kids in accordance with that belief. Now, that teacher increasingly doesn't agree with you and doesn't accept the principle that it's none of their business and they should stay out of it, and that's what the parents' job is, to raise their kids. So going to anything they can to teach that child something completely different from what you believe. Increasingly, what you find in the schools is they will then deliberately hide this from the parents. In other words, they not only are doing it and know what they're doing, completely cognizant of the fact that if you tumble to what they're doing, there's probably going to be hell to pay, and therefore they will hide this from you. And so all across the country, parents are discovering to school, and at school they now call him Susie. And Johnny changes into girls' clothes at school.
Is that really happening?
Yes. So I'm all about individual liberty, and you grow up and you're an adult and live your life and whatever. And I'm not trying to be pejorative in any other sense. I'm just saying, if that's my kid and I'm raising my kid and then I'm going off to school and you're pumping some ideology that you personally subscribe to in his head that I don't, I think that's a problem. But that is where we are. And it's back to, I think, the agenda here is destroy the existing social structure, unfortunately.
What's the goal? Why would they want to destroy the social?
Well,
so
I talked before about this idea. I use this analogy of we're sort of fighting against what I call an oligarchy, the modern day robber barons. One of the things that has happened, in addition to the fact that in 120 years these folks now have technology and capabilities they didn't have 120 years ago, but a lot of these structures in our society are now infused what is really at its root a Marxist ideology. And again, I don't throw that around
flippantly. Yeah.
So, I mean, if you think 120 years ago, imagine somebody, I don't know, Andrew Carnegie or whatever, he might have, whatever you think of him, you would probably think of guys of that generation at that time in history, very much pro-American democracy. Well, not necessarily democracy, but in industry, capitalism, so forth.
Yeah.
They would definitely not be in bed with a foreign power, treat their workers like garbage and pay them nothing and be guilty of all kinds of things. I'm not painting over that, but I'm just saying you would assume this guy's on some level kind of as red, white, and blue as you could imagine. He's all about the United States. Singly, if you look at the folks that hold control in this country that really have access to massive amounts of money, you are not talking about those people anymore that think like that anymore. You are talking about folks that have absorbed this ideology, which is really very anti-American. It's basically, we are the problem for everything on the planet. Steve Jobs' widow, so she inherited his fortunes. I think she got like a house and a car, maybe. Yeah, maybe 2 houses. She's got, I think,
a little bit more than was.
I think she's.
So you're saying she's single?
I think she's the 3rd richest woman on the planet.
What?
So she has a foundation. Foundation is dedicated basically to open borders. Higher Life's mission is eliminating the southern border. The person who was running that foundation up until Joe Biden entered the White House sits in the White House as a special assistant to Joe Biden. Her entire portfolio is our policy on immigration and control of the southern border. So the lady who was running the foundation with Steve Jobs' money, dedicated to eliminating our southern border, as soon as Joe steps into the White House, moves in as the special assistant, and she writes our policy on the southern border, which I think answers pretty much every question about what you've seen from Joe Biden on the southern border ever since he sat down. They are implementing now the plan straight out of this foundation. This is the widow of one of the biggest American capitalists in history with ungodly sums of money, and her life's work facing our southern border, allowing unlimited immigration, legal workers into the United States.
Is the end goal globalism?
These folks don't think in terms of nation states, and they also don't think in terms of America has a share of problems, right? Nobody's making pretense that we are perfect. Good Lord, no, that we don't have work to do. And nobody's suggesting that. But, I think most of us feel like, okay, but better than all the alternatives, right? Tell me where you would rather be.
Right.
I mean, these folks have no problem with climbing in bed with communist China, but at the same time, they'll spend massive amounts of money waging war on us, in effect.
What? Sorry, Sam. A lot of it is
Was
just...
that too depressing?
Sometimes the truth has to be.
It's reality. Reality, and the thing that makes it depressing is that it feels like not enough people care of it. As soon as you say it, the go-to now is, you're a xenophobic, insurrectionist,
homophobe,
whatever. And it's like, no, it's so bizarre to me that the same people should have no borders between countries are the same people that are freaking out about Russia and Ukraine right now.
Right.
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, we should worry about Ukraine's border, but not our own.
Yeah, I just don't understand.
Or also, by the way, when you drive through the neighborhoods where they live, where those folks live, they're pushed
in Ukraine.
You're not going to in the United States.
Okay.
Some upscale neighborhood. Tell me how many United States Marine Corps flags or U.S. Army flags you got flying on the front porch.
Right.
In other words, their kids are not the ones who go to
fight and die.
Iraq, Afghanistan, and they either come home in a coffin or come home with no legs and all of that stuff. They're all for getting involved in foreign entanglements, but they're not going to pay the price for it.
Well, it's like Congress. It's like out of 500 and some members of Congress, there's like 5 who have their kids in the armed services or something like that. They don't, and they're making decisions about my neighbor's kids and.
Well, since we talked about history before, and you mentioned the Roman Republic. There's a Roman Republic analogy, right? There's a battle between the Roman Republic and Hannibal back in 200 BC or whatever. Cannae. It was a disaster for the Romans, even though they ultimately won the war. 60 members of the Roman Senate died on the field of battle that day out of 100. Now think about that. That's 60 Roman senators, and the Senate really ran the Roman Republic, who were in armor with swords in their hand on the field of battle defending the Republic. Again, didn't go the way they wanted, but that gives you a glimpse of how they looked at the whole society was on the field of battle contributing. That's not where we are now.
Well, you look at what's in Congress, in the House.
I don't really want to see Chuck Grassley with an AK.
That's the thing. It's like those guys, apart from maybe 1 or 2, couldn't punch their way out of a wet paper bag.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know.
It's
now I feel like I need a drink.
35,000 foot view. A lot of it seems like they're trying to confuse everybody, but they don't know what to believe. They don't know who to trust. And when you don't finding a position is that you don't know who to trust and you don't know where to get your information from, because look, nobody has you do this for a living, right? I do this because I was non-essential. I had nothing else to do, and I was like, I need to figure out whether I'm gonna fucking die. It's like they're trying to confuse the shit out of everybody. So I think it makes people complacent. I don't know. You see people do this all the time. They throw the papers in the air. They're I have no idea.
Yeah.
What did they do to get? What did you guys probably do to get information from people when you needed it in Iraq? You confused them. Wait.
Well, that's what they did to you
play
too.
loud music, and it's what you do.
Look, I will say to you that I think, however we got here, this whole issue with people not knowing what to believe, massive problem. We get folks contacting us all the time, whether that's just personally or with the magazine or whatever it is. and they're presenting something that they ask me a question, and my first reaction is like I want to start laughing.
Right, but you have to
because it's just frankly it's just a nonsensical thing.
Yeah, like the giants in Afghanistan.
But then I'm like, no, those are.
I told you. Wait. I told you. No. Stay. Keep moving on.
But then
I put on the ask a spy list.
Am I crossing off the list already?
You put it.
But then I catch myself and I'm like, I get it, because you have been lied to so much by so many people for so long. Heck, are you supposed to figure out anymore? Especially the average person who is not doing this, like you say. How are you supposed to figure out what is real? Like, you know.
I think when people start questioning their reality, it's a very scary place to be as a human being, because that affects everything. It affects how you vote, how you handle your kids, what you do at your job, what you eat at night.
I think for us too, though, it's a big thing. Like we're level-headed guys, right? So we sit here and we see things with our own two eyes, and then we're told something completely different, and then so you multiply that out to everybody who kind of is seeing these things, and that creates confusion for us who we think, oh, we got this, it's okay, we're just riding through, we'll get through this, but like being us question certain things that are just so simple answers that like it's right there in front of you, but like nope, still got you kind of putting the screws together.
Yep. Especially with like our kids, because like, first of all, I don't want to let this go unnoticed. Your boots look amazing, by the way. I noticed that. They're great. I think for me as a parent, my wife and I joke about it. We always say we're not trying to raise a good 15-year-old or an 18-year-old. We're trying to raise a good adult. We said that since they were 2 and 3 and 4. Is to not screw up our kids. Good adults. And if you are so confused as to what is the right way to talk to your kids about, just to use an example, like LGBTQ issues, okay? Because I want my kids to be empathetic, loving, caring, accepting human beings. Is a good adult. Same time, too, what am I supposed to explain to my daughter about Leah Thomas? What am I supposed to say to her? Who, like,
a good man has defeated you again.
I mean, it's just like, as somebody
I didn't mean that
who,
in the world. I didn't mean that.
He said it, not me.
Yeah.
But like, as somebody who would, I hate when guys are like, I'm a male feminist. No, you're just trying to get laid. But like, so I hate that.
You're a creep.
Yeah, but like, I mean, listen, I have a daughter, I have a wife. Every single person I employ, every single one of them female, I'm as pro-woman as they come. Is dead if we keep going down this road. Women's rights are over. Lock them back in the kitchen, pregnant and barefoot. It's done.
How does nobody realize that the women's rights movement on that is
done?
It is. It's look. There's also this is I think a good point, because it illustrates something else that's going on right now. If you think about civil rights, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are black people asking? What have they been asking for? I mean, let's just say
treat us the same.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to change anything about what you're doing. What I'm saying is, I'd like to be able to buy a friggin' house in your neighborhood and you and not tell me it's not okay. And I'd like to actually apply for a job and get judged on my merit.
Right.
What are women asking for? Ultimately, the same thing. What were gay people saying?
Yeah, we just want to be able to get married.
I want to be able to live my life and have all the same opportunities, which includes marriage and with all the legal implications, as you. If you think about where we are right now, that is not what is happening. You are not being asked to say that this guy consider himself male or female and live his life accordingly. What you're being told is that you actually have to change. Whole society has to change. Everybody else has to adopt this, right? And it becomes, instead of just a request for equality, it becomes an attack. And this is where we are with Chapman, right? This guy who, is a mediocre swimmer at UPenn and all of a sudden announces he's female.
Thomas.
I'm sorry.
You said Chapman. I don't know what that means. Yeah.
Chapman's another reprehensible person, but that's a totally different subject. You're right.
I didn't know about Chapman.
Yeah, you're right.
Did he shoot somebody?
Is
right.
John Lennon. Is he the one who's trying to be the ATF guy?
Might have been. Yeah. Anyway, yes, Thomas. I'm not just saying I want equality. I'm actually going to, if you follow this, exactly what you guys are saying, I'm attacking everything women's sports. I mean, I'm requiring you to change everything about the way you do things, compete, structure, and I don't care. And in this very strange way, it doesn't matter that it negatively impacts every female swimmer in the United States of America who can go into swim practice, since they were 6 years old.
Just as a silver Olympian.
Sweat and blood.
Yeah.
Just to get into shape for that is insane.
Killer, right? One of the toughest sports in the world. And you're competing at some place like UPenn, or competing against UPenn, and all of a sudden, the agenda for this one individual important than what it does to you. Yeah, it's definitely it's an attack on feminism. It's an attack on women. Quite frankly, if you follow it to its logical conclusion, it sort of erases women. It's like they don't even really exist anymore. If I'm a guy and I tell you that I'm now female and change my name, I'm now supposed to be able to demand that everybody else behave as if that's real. I mean, it
is like a conversation with my son the day before. I can't remember. You know, he's like, "Yeah, did you see that article about that swimmer?" And I was like, "Yeah." Like, we've been talking about this for a month. How are you just now hearing it? But you know, having this conversation with him, and he's like, "Okay, help me understand this." And again, like I was saying to you, Dan, like trying to how do I not screw up this kid? You know, he's an 18-year-old boy. He does enough dumb stuff on his own. I can't make it worse. Trying to explain to him, like, you know, and by the end of the conversation, his last thing that he said to me, he goes, "Wait, you're telling me people out there think that men can get pregnant?" Yeah. Like, this world's a stupid place. Like, yeah. Like, just so unbelievable to me.
But so when you think
people are just going along and like, but you're a monster if you don't say that.
So I would ask this question: Why would people want? Why would any group, like, to what benefit would it be? You know, if it's penguins, they see a lot of birds swimming deep into the water. Be telling me that all birds can swim deep into the water, and I know that will kill them.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah.
About birds now?
Well, what's a euphemism or something? Well, I don't know what's the word for that. I'm talking about, like, why would they be telling me that something that objectively I know not to be true? So what's the end game there? Like,
the end game, in my opinion, is, I mean, the ideological end game. A lot of people are just going to go along with this because it's the current shtick, right? It's the current pop thing. This is how you show that you're cool and woke and all of this. From an ideological standpoint, what's the end game? The end game is the destruction called traditional society. I'm not somebody, I don't necessarily consider myself in a lot of ways traditional, and I haven't lived really a particularly traditional life in a lot of ways. But you're breaking down the basic building blocks of society, if you think about it, right? Destroying it, there's nothing that stands between the power of whatever ruling class there is and the individual anymore. And in all totalitarian governments in history, destroying the family unit has been crucial. It's not just a communist thing. Germany, right? What's the deal?
Throughout history, they've done it.
All throughout history, get the kids to rat out on their parents, swear allegiance to the party. That's where they look to for their guidance. This is not a new thing. It's not like somebody just invented it, right? They break down, the gender roles don't exist. There are no men. There is no family. Pretty soon, simultaneously, you control the flow of information. You can only say certain things. If you say the wrong thing, you're silenced. You run all of these trend lines out. Where do you end up? I mean, I know this sounds like, again, this is one of those things where it's like if somebody
sounds like an Outer Limits episode.
If somebody started talking to me about this X number of years ago, I would have said, "That's good, man. You need to lay off whatever it is you're drinking and chill out." That's the plot of a bad novel. I mean, I read 1984 long ago, right? I thought it was an interesting book. I got the point. Yeah. It didn't seem particularly relevant to me, like to where we were then. Now you read it, you're like, Lord, this is exactly where we are right now.
It was an operator manual.
I have a T-shirt, and I didn't think it was appropriate to wear today, that says 1984 is not an instruction manual.
Look, state of New Jersey, within the last week, set up under the Department of Homeland Security what they call the disinformation portal. You can go online and look this up. It's operational.
This sounds safe and honest.
And it talks.
That's going to end well.
It talks about all the dangers of disinformation. Of course, the first question in everybody's mind is who gets to decide.
Right.
And they give you some examples. One of the examples of a good way disinformation was dealt with, in their view, is when Facebook shut down everybody for questioning the COVID narrative. So they lay that out not as a danger, but that's Facebook did this, and thank God, basically, because this could have been very dangerous. So they're defending Facebook silencing people questions that we now know were true. Yeah. Facebook hid the truth, and the state of New Jersey is saying that was a good thing. And then at the end, they have a rat line. They have an email address and a phone number, so you can call in and rat out your neighbor if they're spreading disinformation.
That is Nazi shit.
That is for real. It's online. Just go to this Department of Homeland Security or whatever they call it for New Jersey. I was on there the other day looking at it.
Everybody's that's not here, not yet.
Well, that's the problem, though. It's like, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
Oh, I thought it was ass first. Sorry,
but like that's the thing. It's like
we've gone from birds to elephants.
No, I see, but that's, I was watching a nature documentary the other day, and I was fascinated by that's how lions do it. I was like, why would they do that first?
Wow.
I don't want to know.
I didn't realize.
No, like it's true though. Like nobody's going to notice an incremental move. Nobody's going to really care about an incremental move. But all of a sudden, it's not moving quick enough. COVID happens. Now we're on the fast track, and it just feels like this is a. And how do we get out of this?
Take back control of our democracy.
Oh, that sounds
easier said than done.
Yeah. That's guide us.
Well,
tell us what to do.
Look,
Sam.
man, I think we were saying earlier, always end up by telling people, get up and do whatever you can do. And then they sounds like a dodge. That's great. Thank you very much. That was, thank you, Sensei. That was very deep. Do what you can do. But it's like, what I mean by that is like, stop looking for the silver bullet. Stop waiting for the guy to ride in on the white horse. Acknowledge the fact that we win the war collectively. And you don't have to go run for U.S. Senator and get elected and fix the problem tomorrow yourself. Just get up and do whatever you can do. Go run for school board. Buddy, run for school board. Go get in the county council. I don't know, start by going to a school board meeting and telling the people
I've been to those.
Well, they're very painful. I've been to a number of them. But I mean, like, somehow we got into this idea. I think basically we got fat and lazy. We won the Second World War. We won the Cold War. We put a man on the moon, yada, yada. Now it's our job to sit down on the couch and eat Cheetos and watch the game. And all the big struggles are over. And somebody's taking care of this and vote here and make a choice between two people I barely know. Now discharge my civic duty. And the Republic was not designed like that, right? The Republic was designed to be a participatory thing. It's not just power comes from the people. People are actually exercising the power. You're supposed to be at those school board meetings and those county council meetings and down with the state legislature. And even more than that, there should, or as equally as much, there shouldn't be a class of professional politicians down there for 20, 30 years or whatever, right? So you get off the couch and don't just write a letter or go yell at somebody, but get off the couch and stay off the couch, stay involved. Now, how many years did it take to get in this mess? Probably quite a few. So back to the school board meeting one time and then tell me that they didn't fix everything the first time you went and now you think you need to quit because it's undoable. It's like, okay, well, that's not the way this works either. I mean, you may have to wait until the next cycle where you run somebody against the school board and replace them all before you actually get the change.
I think everybody somehow forgot about, like, stuff doesn't happen fast. Like if you want to change things like that, like it's election. You got to pay attention to your elections.
And I tell you, I mean, look, we all grew up, or at least I don't know what they teach in schools these days. You read in the history books, okay, all about the Revolution of Valley Forge and Sunshine Patriots and all this stuff. And it's kind of like, okay, it's like a a parable or a fairy tale by this point. We all know what happens in the end. George wins, happy ending, kind of stuff, right?
Learn it for me, Sam.
I guess they didn't teach that when you went to school. But the thing is, you're in the middle of this fight, and now all of a sudden, all this stuff about Jake to be the guy that doesn't quit and doesn't go home and doesn't hang it up starts to have some resonance. You're like, you know, that you all of a sudden you think, now I'm beginning to get it. Like, as at the middle of that whole thing, how easy would it be to just say, this is too hard, man. I
think a lot of people say
I'm going home. I'm going to quit. I'm going to hang it up. It's okay. Not that easy, is it, to stick it out and recognize that this is a long slog. It'll take a long time to get the country.
I think a lot of people think that they can't make a difference.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely not true. Look, when I'm talking to people, you know, if you see me speak, it is very frequent, very common for me to get at least one question from the audience, because I always do Q&As with people, where somebody says, is it time for me to pick up my AR?
That's because they want to be told, because they want it over quick.
And time for me to start shooting people. Is it time for a civil war? To which my response, by the way, to be crystal clear, is always negatory. That is not where we are. I'm all about the Second Amendment, but no, we're not going to go start shooting people. Exactly what you said. Okay, here's the deal. Time for you to do is put your hands on the controls and get involved, and know it's not going to be quick, and it's not going to be simple, it's not going to be easy, but you still have all those controls there. You're just not using them. You go to that school board and they're incredibly contemptuous of you, which I've experienced many times, repeatedly. They would rather I not speak and like to escort me from the room and so forth. But people do, in fact, work for all the parents. They can be contemptuous of them, but it doesn't change the fact that there's going to be an election. Either going to get voted back in or going to be voted back out. And so if those parents actually organize and stick with it, throw every one of those guys and gals off of that podium and replace them with their own people. Will it happen from one meeting? It will not, obviously. It will take some time and effort. And that is true at every level of our system, right? Folks down in Harrisburg, by and large, as far as I can tell, pay no attention whatsoever to what most of the people in the state of Pennsylvania want. Well, they all got to get reelected too. I mean, there is nothing physically preventing you from getting organized and throwing them out.
They just did that in Pennsylvania, didn't they? Down in like Westchester, they kicked 5 of the school board members. The judge did that.
The judge threw them out. Yes.
Okay, I want out 2:45. Okay, can Micah play this game real quick? Ask a Spy.
Yes,
and then I want to talk about Unite PA.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
All right. Yes.
Do
you want to do it?
Oh yeah, I want to do it. I've been writing down topics all with the past hour. I've got so many more.
The list has somehow gotten longer as we've been sitting here.
The list was 0.
The list was 0 when we sat down.
But I thought I had crossed a whole bunch of them off.
No.
All right. So basically,
so how do we want to do this? Yes or no? Or can't say?
I don't know.
I can ask it in a yes or no answerable format.
Well, let's give that a try.
Okay, let's give
I'm
that
not
a try.
I'm not going to agree to that because God knows what questions
It's
you're going to
time
ask.
for Ask a Spy.
That's very cool.
Graphic.
Very cool.
Do we get background music?
Who knows?
No, we'll get copyrighted.
We can't afford it. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You got to always have good music.
Okay.
See, I told you.
Yeah.
I know.
Did Lee Harvey Oswald act alone?
Personal opinion, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Not expect you to
I
say
did not
that.
expect you to say that at all. Footage that we didn't see, but people saw on TV of the live moon landing, was that real live footage?
Yes.
Man, this is not going the way I wanted it to.
This is great. This is great.
Sorry. Should I just say? Should I say
no,
just for interest?
No,
I want the truth.
Honesty.
Okay. Just don't ask me about the guy.
I've heard many
the
opinions
aliens.
on conspiracy theories surrounding 9/11.
Yes.
Did a Boeing 747 hit the Pentagon? Or whatever plane they claimed. I don't know if it was a Boeing 747. Did a plane hit the Pentagon?
Yes.
Okay.
Where are you going next?
Hit the ground first and skidded into the Pentagon.
Is that what they think?
Okay. Was UBL ever part of the CIA?
No.
Man, this is great.
It's great for me. It's great
in
for
the
me.
worst way possible. Okay. Let's see here.
I'm just gonna have to go like response here to make them orange.
Okay.
No. This is great. No. I love to watch a man
The
sad.
fact that you just keep saying no to everything is just so much better.
Okay.
Okay. Afghan Giants. Can I have more than a yes or no? Like he's been telling me that for a while. What do you know that I don't know?
I'm not saying that they're there. I'm saying it's possible.
You want to know what I know?
Yeah.
The very first time in my life I ever heard a reference to Afghan Giants was about 45 minutes ago on this program.
Damn it! It just gets better.
So,
it just gets so much better.
So
That just means it goes deeper than him.
Yes.
So I was not cleared for that operation.
Oh, that's awesome. Let's see here. What do you think is the best source to get true, accurate news?
It's the And magazine at Substack because that's my magazine.
Outside of that,
I surf hundreds of sites every day. Try to do is go to a lot of mix of different sites, and a lot of them are foreign sites as well as U.S. And I try to go away from aggregators and more to like a lot of local and smaller sites that will publish stuff that the big guys don't pick up or won't talk about.
And like one of those was Loudon. I think locally that was published about Loudon and nobody paid attention to it, and then it went crazy.
Yeah, so there's a whole raft of them, but I try to steer away from the big news services and the aggregators who are just pulling stuff that other people have published and go to like local guys that are writing on the border, for instance, on Mexico, and are publishing stories that nobody else is bothering to pick up.
Okay.
Real quick, the best way, somebody told me once, the best way to see how your country is perceived is to watch foreign news about your country.
Yes, and also there are a lot of times, for instance, I go to a bunch of Russian sites. Okay, so there's a lot of Russian.
Shame on you, Sam.
Yeah, that's why you've probably detected the Russian accent. So that's.
Full disclosure, I married an actual Russian.
So
He's been compromised.
because in amidst all the propaganda and nonsense, you detect a story that's really damaging to Joe Biden, they're going to trumpet it. Half the U.S. media won't talk about it.
Yeah.
Just because the Russians published it doesn't mean I then write about it.
I think you're being kind to half the U.S. media.
I just grab a hold of that thread and then I'm like, okay, well, that could be true, actually. Let's see if we can corroborate that. But they're talking about things that a lot of our folks want.
Donald Trump. Last chance or biggest threat to democracy?
My only two options.
What the hell's, wait, what's last chance? Like
Last
one more
chance
chance
to save this. Last chance to save this or biggest threat to democracy?
Yeah, neither one. I mean, I'm all for Donald Trump's agenda in most respects. There are certainly times method of communication that I wish was a little different. So,
It's like a drunk toddler sometimes.
Okay, speaking of which, Elon Musk buying into Twitter. Bad.
so did I being jumped on?
I was inferring that you were talking about stay off of Twitter, Donald Trump.
That's,
you think Elon Musk is a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a great thing.
Okay.
I think he should. I think Twitter needs beat up. The reason I'm hesitating on the Trump thing is because here's, in addition to the differences I may have with the president over communication, what we were talking about, how we're going to fix the country. People need to stop waiting for Donald Trump or anybody else to ride in on a white horse and save. Right? If I'm talking to 300 people in a room and they're asking me who's going to fix this, I say, look around.
Yeah, you. Take a little personal responsibility.
Stand up. Yeah. You guys go fix it. Stop waiting for somebody else to do it.
Okay. Let's see here. Best spy gun. James Bond has a Walther PPK.
Is he reading real things off of the list?
Oh, he's legit. Yeah, he wrote
it down. Or is he just making them
Walther
up?
PPK.
No, he wrote it like a psycho.
Yes. Best spy gun.
Best spy gun.
Because I don't think the Walther PPK is that good of a gun.
Walther PPK, first of all, is too small for my hand. I don't have a PPK. I have a whatever the latest version is. It's fine for concealment, but it doesn't fit well in my hand, and therefore it's not what I prefer to shoot it. chewing. CIA carries Glocks. And they carry, what's the mid-size? 19 and then 19.
Or 17.
That's your wheelhouse, man.
Yeah.
They carry Glocks.
Still?
They replaced, before that, they
Didn't they have the Beretta?
they carried the Browning High Power for years and years and years, for decades, and then they replaced it with the Glock 20 years ago now. Any seriousness, it depends on what's the purpose for which you're carrying it.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to carry it concealed, depending on how you're dressed,
Yep.
that's going to impact how you carry the weapon. I mean, most guys are going to want to carry on the hip a Glock because it's a full, they can get their hand around it, and it's got a full-size magazine and that stuff. If you're wearing a t-shirt and jeans, you can't carry a gun on your hip. Now you're carrying an ankle holster. Now you're down to something smaller. Hey, not to get all nerdy about this. When I worked,
gun nerd.
When I was undercover and working and carrying concealed,
Yeah.
not in a position to wear like a jacket or something that would cover a weapon on your hip, and I had to wear an ankle rig. What I carried what they call a Chief Special 5-shot Smith & Wesson revolver with the hooded hammer. Why? Trying to get a gun off your ankle under your pants leg. Whatever can snag will snag. And,
Oh, yeah.
And in a fraction of a second, while you're screwing with getting your gun out of the holster, the gunfight is over. So, and the only time you're going to fire a gun in that situation, if that's how you're armed, it's, the old expression, a belly gun, because you can stick the gun into the guy's belly.
Well, you want a revolver for that.
You want a revolver. It's not going to fail. It's not going to snag. You're going to put hollow point rounds in it. And I've got 5 rounds, and I'm 3 feet away from the guy on the other side of the table. And if I can't hit him with 5 rounds,
So are you saying the go-to is a revolver?
that situation.
Ooh.
If I'm bopping around the mountains, in Kurdistan, the go-to is as many mags as I can carry and an M4. Play a guy in the back seat with some
Glock would be
some sort of automatic
A
weapon.
Glock is your go-to full size.
Yes.
Okay.
There's another reason why CIA does that, because 99% of your job as a case officer is to focus on other stuff.
Yeah.
So unlike a guy going out the door to conduct a part of an infantry unit where his focus is his weapon, isn't almost like you're not thinking about it. I'm focused on the asset, the meeting 50 other ways to stay alive today.
Yeah, kind of like if you get to the gun, you've royally screwed up somewhere along the way.
100%. If I'm in a gunfight today, it's a very bad day, and I probably did about 12 things wrong to get there. But also, I need a simple, functional weapon.
Yeah.
That's why they went to the Glock. No safety, right? So that's the other thing that's going to get you killed in a gunfight if you're not.
Click.
Yes. If you ever heard that sound where.
Oh, shit.
Either the safety or being dumb enough to not have a round in the chamber. It's a bad feeling too.
I
Really, the end of the list?
I had a few more.
play
but I
crazier
couldn't-
shit.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't give him any good answers, so that was.
No,
All
no.
right, wait. UFOs. Yes, no.
Oh, that's
Possible?
right. UFOs. Yes, no, possible.
I don't know, man. Tucker Carlson says they're real now.
Federal government. They're like, we don't know.
Pentagon just released some sort of
1,500
thing that said
pages of
Yeah.
it
I don't
causes pregnancies and burns, whatever that means. So we tried to do this a couple of times, and I know that you were busy. That's what it said in the documents. I don't know what that means because I didn't read 1,500 pages. You said, how important is? Can you tell me about the Freedom Convoy? They stand for, who are they, and did you go spend some time with them?
I did. You were talking about the folks that rolled down to D.C.
Just all over the country. I don't care if they're Canadians or Australians. It's just like they all kind of have the same message.
Yeah, I did go down and hung out for a few days down there with them when they got to Hagerstown outside of D.C. I went out a little west of there and kind of set up to watch the crowds as they were rolling in, and then hung out them down there. I think it represents just sort of a grassroots feeling in the United States that people are very disillusioned with their government, and they're really fed up with accountability. Things are not working for them. And you look around, name an issue. Things are not getting better for the American people. The government doesn't seem to work for them. There's scandal after scandal and lie after lie, and it doesn't seem like anybody ever actually pays a price for that. People are generally fed up, and I would tell you that, folks from all over the country were folks of all ethnicities, all persuasions. There was no right-wing white supremacist tinge to any of this, pouring just out at every place where there was an overpass on the road as they were rolling along. Now, honestly, I'm not making this up. I went to like 3 or 4 different locations. One location, so it's just out in Western Maryland, and it's, there's a couple of small towns near there. And there was a guy there who was a Vietnam vet who was now in a wheelchair, who had his daughter push him out. They were on the side of a road and push him out on the grass, closest he could get to the fence that separated him from the interstate, sitting there with his flag and kids playing. And I stood there and was looking at these people and listening to them, and I actually started crying. I was like, oh, this is ridiculous. I'm standing here. It was that emotional. It was these folks, and they were standing there it was unclear exactly when the convoy was going to come through. But they were, I was there at that one spot for at least an hour, and most of those folks were there when I went. And you just saw that they were just that concerned about the country, and that were responding that viscerally to the fact that these people were going to do it. And I tell you, when the convoy rolled through, it was insane. Like, trucks started coming, and trucks kept coming, and vehicles and RVs, and I have absolutely, thousands of vehicles. And then we got down to Hagerstown, to the Speedway, where they were going to stay overnight, where they actually stayed for a few weeks after that. And then I realized that convoy was actually only one piece of the overall convoy. Yeah. They had actually been traveling on multiple roads. So I actually just drove. I ended up on a road driving past the convoy the other direction as they were coming into the Speedway. On forever. I just turned on at one point on my iPhone, I'm just driving at 35 miles an hour continuously. I have no idea how many vehicles. When I was talking to somebody on the phone, I said, there could be 25,000 vehicles here. I have no idea how many people are here. It's crazy how many people are here. Which, of course, the media did its best to hide and pretend like it didn't exist.
Do you, for a man of your experience, right, to get emotional at a thing like that, does that give hope to the hopeless? Maybe if some people are feeling hopelessness, maybe I just don't think people have experienced it. I never went to a Trump rally, ever. Hated Trump. Couldn't stand him because I was a liberal.
Right.
Talk to people about it. They say, I don't care what he says. You have no idea the energy there. It's like everyone loves each other. Everyone seems like they're all looking out of the same telescope. And he's like, people I talk to are like, it's just so, it's almost like what it feels like to be human in a situation like that.
I think that is very true. I don't think you can overstate that. And I know that sounds corny and cheesy and everything else. When I was standing there on the side of the road, and all of a sudden I realized I'm standing here in broad daylight crying and with a bunch of, this is really dumb.
I bet you weren't the only one, though.
No, I wasn't. And it was because there is no tinge of take any of the labels that are sort of thrown at the patriot movement, if that's the right terminology. Those things apply. Americans of all shapes, sizes, descriptions, there are no signs saying anything mean or evil. Nobody's being attacked. All these people are there, and they love the country, and they're really worried about the country, and they're looking for a way to do something and show something. For this dude in his wheelchair, just being a chance to wave his American flag, of course, at least making him feel like he's doing something about it. And it really does give you hope. I mean, it's like, so much, given the opportunity, this is so much more powerful even than these guys who think they own the world because they control Google or Twitter or all of that. I mean, I get it. They got money and tools and all this stuff, but the country united against them. That's no contest. We win, right?
I just think everybody needs to. So, which brings us to PA. Can you tell us a little bit about Unite PA?
So one of the, my wife and I are involved in a whole bunch of things at a whole bunch of levels, national and state and local. And one of the things we did with some folks out of Susquehanna County, I don't know, roughly probably a year ago now, was stand up a local group called Unite PA. It was just basically a bunch of concerned folks that feel like somebody's doing much about, name a whole list of issues, groups that are popping up all over the state. Let's get together and start doing something. And right out of the blocks, we got dragged into the whole COVID issue and vaccines and all this stuff in schools. That was like
your
focus,
mission.
but just because it was immediate and it sucked up so much of our time. We are now expanding the group. We're going to have our next public meeting sometime in the next month or so. We haven't fixed the date. We're looking at venues. Maybe back down at the same location where you and I first met in Clark Summit. And that focus will probably be mostly on CRT and sort of the trans movement in schools, if that's the right way to talk about it. Again, with the same goal. We're trying to educate parents what the heck's happening in your schools. What is this all about and what is really happening? So you're then armed to go do whatever you as parents choose to do on behalf of your children. And we're also going to start opening up till now, it's just been the core group of about a dozen folks that are engineering all this, but now we're going to open it up to public membership and let people start signing up and grow the thing. In conjunction with that, we're sponsoring a meeting of Patriot Group leadership down in Allentown on the 30th of April. We're pulling together leaders of as many Patriot groups, again, if that's the right term to use, in the state, to at least sign on to a demand on the legislature that they take us back to in-person voting.
I'm for that 1,000%. No mail-ins.
We want a crisp, very clean demand. Take us back to in-person voting with hard copy ballots and voter and some form of ID. Do it right now. And stop with the excuses and stop with anything else and stop dragging your feet. Discriminatory to anybody. The state of Pennsylvania will issue you ID cost, and in any event, we can be flexible on ID. But get rid of this mail-in ballot thing. It is an invitation to fraud. You can never police it. Never. It's too many holes. You just.
I didn't plan on bringing this up, but as a CIA guy, right? Coahuila County, the commissioner found video evidence of at least a dozen in one person's hand, and that's just because somebody knew about it. Uninitiated for the uneducated on this, tell me just quickly, why are mail-in ballots bad?
Mail-in ballots are bad because it opens up like points of vulnerability, I guess would be the way to describe this. Almost endless points of vulnerability. By the way, the concept of mail-in ballots has been studied for many years. In fact, there was a presidential commission, I think, which included as one of the co-chairs Jimmy Carter, who studied this whole issue and wrote a very scathing report that said, don't ever go to mail-in ballots.
Jimmy Carter wrote this report?
Yes, Jimmy Carter wrote a report saying...
The peanut farmer.
Good, and Democratic president wrote a report.
Sure.
Wrote a report saying, if you ever go to mail-in ballots, the best you're ever going to be able to say is you have no idea who won the election.
Holy shit.
There's too many vulnerabilities, okay? We decided to blow all that off and we went to it anyway. Why? Because who are you mailing the ballots to? How do you determine that that person even exists, that they're still alive, that they're a resident of Pennsylvania, that they're a resident of Pennsylvania but not also a resident of simultaneously voting in Ohio, Maryland, California for that matter? When the ballots come back, how are you even determining that those ballots actually came from that person? Method of determining a piece of paper showed up. That's the ballots you mailed out. What's your method for confirming that it's legit, that it came from that person? What if you mailed a ballot to somebody and they died, or they moved away, or they decided not to vote? What addresses are you mailing the ballot? There's just endless points here at which provides an opportunity to fraud. And so when the state of Pennsylvania moved to mail-in ballots in 2019, by the way, the Republican Party did that.
That seems real fishy.
Okay, that was horrible. Then the PA Supreme Court made it a little worse with its interpretation. Then the Secretary of State made it a little worse, but it was horrible to begin with. So they've essentially removed any meaningful check on the validity of the ballot when it shows up. If you look at the voter rolls, mail-in ballots coming from, we've got data on this that we looked at EM Magazine, where there are like 100 ballots coming from the same P.O. box. Okay, so first of all, it's illegal to register with a P.O. box to register to vote in Pennsylvania. You have to have a physical address. So the fact that ballots are being sent to a P.O. box is already a problem. Could there possibly be 100 people coming from this same P.O. box? What P.O. box would that be that you're getting 100 ballots? When Pennsylvania was done, there was
I never even thought about that.
There was a committee after the 2020 election in Pennsylvania. They studied this, came up with a bunch of conclusions. But one of the things that is very straightforward is this. If you total up the number of votes counted in PA in 2020, count the number of registered voters who voted. See, those numbers have to be exactly the same because one man, one vote, and every vote has to be counted. You have to say who voted. You can't just say a vote. It's got to be John Smith voted. Number of votes exceeds the number of voters that voted by 202,000 and change.
Where, the state of Pennsylvania?
In the state of Pennsylvania.
What?
So you got 202,000 and like 340.
Are you saying there was 3,000 more votes cast
than people who voted?
Who are registered to vote?
No, that people who were voted, because they have a tabulation of everybody that voted. That's X number, and the number of votes they counted is greater than that by in excess of 200,000 votes. In other words, it says 200,000 votes, more than 200,000 votes, came out of thin air. You cannot tell me who voted. By the way, that means in every county where that number exceeded the number of voters, when you certified the vote, that certification was illegal because part of the certification process is every vote has to be attributed to a person, logically.
Okay, so let me break this down like an idiot, right? So what you're saying is that there's, I'm using this as an example, is 50 people at the company who have a vote on whether or not they're going to do a thing.
Yep.
And when they tabulated all the ballots at the end of the company vote, there was like 70.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying. You have 200,000 more votes than voters who actually showed up at the polls and are shown to
So for
have
people
voted.
who say this is crazy, where could we find this?
So Dave Ball, who ran that committee and wrote the report
in the state of Pennsylvania.
In the state of Pennsylvania, wrote an article. You can go to EM Magazine site. Another shameless plug for the magazine.
That's what we're here for, buddy.
All we did with that article was print what he wrote. Perfect summation of that. And to introduce that at this point, when he finished the committee report, which was having hearings to supposedly look into the election, he asked to go testify before.
I remember this is Corman, wasn't it? Or Mastriano, one of those two?
I think it was. I'm not sure who was running that committee.
Mastriano was supposed to do it, and then Corman caught him out at the knees.
It was. Anyway, he offered that there, because there were hearings both in the Senate and in the House. So both of those guys are in the Senate. It was Seth Grove in the House who was in the hearings. I know Representative Seth Grove. This guy Dave Ball tries to introduce the report. They deny him permission to introduce the reported evidence. He asks to come testify. They deny him permission to testify. So nobody ever investigated this. The report still just sits there. Paul will say, he says, listen, all I can tell you is what the data tells me. Now, if you have an explanation like that your bookkeeping is so bad, that's an explanation, I would love to hear that, because on the face of it, what it looks like is you counted 200,000 votes that no actual real person cast. And until you dispel that, that's where we are. Nobody bothered to investigate. Nobody looked into it. It still sits there. It's never been resolved.
How do you guys feel about that? Would you ever come back and talk to us? Did you have an all right time? I mean, I know I put you on the spot and you're being recorded, but
I would, yeah. Well, I've been recorded before, but sure. I mean, I don't know. We might have to look at the spy list in advance.
Well, we can. Now that we know we can play this game, we will get better.
I don't feel like we ever finished Ask the Spy. I don't feel like we ever got.
Okay.
I felt like there had to be something juicier that he didn't ask me.
Well,
he's asking you to do it.
Anyway, the direct answer to your question is I'll be happy to come back.
Thank you, sir.
Already asked the one. I was going to ask you about Klaus Schwab. His reset.
They're in the machinations. It seems
Do you
fishy.
think they're trying to? Okay, here's one. Do you think that the powers that be, the Illuminati, if you will, the lizard people, whatever you want to call them,
I can't. I definitely can't talk to you about the lizard.
Reptilian shapeshifter.
The powers that be that are
the ones that are underneath the mountain at Los Alamos.
Something like that.
I'd never heard of.
Yeah, the Bilderberg group. Yeah, the Bilderberg group or whatever it is. Do you think that part of their end goal? Okay, here we go. Is to lower human population?
I don't personally. I know that a lot of people believe that, and it's back to this thing where I start to think, okay, I don't know why you entertain that thought, and then I remember because you've been lied to about everything on Earth, so why wouldn't you question everything at this point? I mean, I think a lot of folks who want to make a lot of money have a lot of power, and unfortunately, many of them are now infused with an ideology that's really hostile to the United States, and I think they want to essentially make you into a slave, make you do what you're told, and
happy worker.
And they don't really care if the only place you can shop is the dollar store anymore or any of that stuff. They don't care.
All right, one last one.
It's not about the lizard people.
No, it's not about the lizard people.
Okay.
It's in the ballpark.
How about the Greys? No, I'm kidding.
Who built the pyramids? Hebrew slaves or aliens?
With Hebrew slaves.
I can't get a win today. I can't get. He's a pro. That's why I can't get a win.
Okay. I'm sure there's 8,000 things that we could just me and myself alone. I could think of like 40 of them. I think that the world needs courageous people right now. Courage, I think, is standing up for what you believe in spite of everything that they're gonna. No matter what group it is, you stick to your principles and truth, and you're able to, if new information comes along that makes you change your mind, great, that's fine. You have to be willing to do that. I think profound understanding of America and patriotism and love and spirituality and kindness. I think that you're, I don't know you personally, but I think you're pretty emblematic of a lot of the things that I respect and I believe. I want to thank you, and I hope these guys agree, because they're sometimes they can be jerks. But I want to thank you so much for coming down and talking to us, and I hope you didn't think it was going to be a crazy show before you got here. With clown makeup and noses and stuff, being like, "Hey, do you like pie, Sam?" But I think like you and your wife are true American heroes and patriots. I know there's a lot of people that don't agree with you, but they should at least respect trying to be honest with people.
I appreciate that, and I don't think any of us are saying that everybody has to agree with everybody. That's not what the United States is.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
The United States is not about that, and I will tell you, this is going to sound very corny, but I was having this very similar conversation with somebody the other day, and I said, listen, man, I agree. I believe in an afterlife. I'm not sure that it fits into some neat theology of any particular church. one of these days I'm gonna be talking to seeing my father, right? He was 22 years old. He was in Okinawa, the Silver Star, right? And that he wouldn't make him a superhero, and he would be the last guy to claim that. But he's just an example of how many generations before us literally built this place. And he has all that sounds, his red, white, and blue. That's for real, right? That they did all it. What am I gonna say to him? It was frigging too hard to serve the Republic. Like, it was okay for you guys to sweat blood and die and do all this stuff. Decided it wasn't. It was too tough for us, so we just let a bunch of clowns steal the Republic from us.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. That's not an option, right? I mean, we would all like that we weren't in this situation, but that's where we are. So you're gonna either let a bunch of chumps steal the country and do something about it.
Together. That's the one thing.
Together.
They don't want to see. They keep focusing on all the differences. They don't know what to do. If we all locked arms together and said, nope.
That's why this meeting on the 30th April with Patriot Group leadership to make this demand, because right now, the House ignores all these groups because they treat them like a bunch of tribes that'll never get their act together and start pulling in concert. To do is send them a signal that says, oh, now, because we're all working together now. You're no longer talking to this group and that group. You're talking to the whole state now.
So how do people find you? There's Ann Magazine. It's AnnMagazine.com.
Ann Magazine, AnnMagazine.substack.com.
Okay.
We moved to Substack because of
censorship.
Yes, exactly. Censorship was killing us otherwise.
Dan, put the room camera on.
Also,
put the link here, Mark.
No, I'm not doing it. Okay.
I'm also on Twitter and Getter and Parler and Gab and Facebook.
Did you get on Truth yet?
I have not gotten the truth yet, and I could be thrown off of Twitter by the end of the day.
Today?
It could be any day.
And what about Unite PA? Does Unite PA have like a website?
Unite PA has a Facebook page and a website.
Okay.
UnitePA.com or go to Unite PA on Facebook and find all the information.
Is there anything else that we failed to mention, or you think we covered a lot of the contact bases?
No.
Oh, the email for so it's if you guys want to reach out to Sam at samfaddis.com, SAMFADDIS.com. I'm so grateful that you came in today.
That's
just
fun.
at the end of your water almost. This is great.
There you go.
Faced it perfectly.
I had fun. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
What a week.
I suck at sleeping, but I'm not alone. 1/3 of the population is chronically sleep deprived. Sleep deprivation.
Hey, sorry about the delay. We'll see you, everyone. I sent out the notifications. We're about to get started right after this. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, with that Dane Calloway, you already know. Gridiron. What up, bro? Hey, damn, bro. How you know about Dane Calloway, man? A lot of people don't even know about this dude, and on top of that, honestly, like, he the only person I ever heard be talking that shit, yo. Like, I mean, I'm lying. I've heard maybe one or two other people say something about like indigenous Americans, but like nobody don't really put it out there like dang, yo. And that shit still be having me struggling with like with the information. You know what I'm saying? Still be struggling with it. So I'm working on this piece right now. I was doing the skin tone, so I got like most of the face with a second layer of paint, and then you can see how the hand is still kind of choppy, because I figured I need to do like some of the background behind the hand first, like this pattern here in the shirt, so I can put the dreads on top of the pattern. Word, yo. That's what's up, bro. And see, and then hear me go rapping some African shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that even what it is anymore? You know? The Division 2, man, that was a good ass game. It's not like it wasn't the game they kind of hyped it up to be. Cause before the Division came out, oh man, the hype around that shit was fucking crazy, yo. It still turned out to be like an okay game. And I even had like part 2, I think, but I really didn't really fuck with that shit like that. Okay. I sure remember you, bro. Man, I've been here for a few hours, yo. I gotta run and grab something to eat, yo. Take a little food break. Listen to this Dane Calloway, and then we'll hop back on some more art. But let me go grab something to eat real quick, yo. I'm hungry as shit.
No, this is live, Guru. This is not a repeat. This is live. And by the way, guys, I was having multiple technical.
So you lost
pounds in 90 days. I went from 189 pounds to 136 pounds.
Holy cow.
I get further and further in. By the time I hit the 90 days, I had lost right at 30 pounds, and my jeans were falling off of me.
I lost 53 pounds. I would say that it far exceeded my expectation. I don't even weigh 210 pounds. You've lost me. That's insane.
The best way to burn fat is with more fat. And I'm being serious because there's actually two different types of fat in your body. One is white fat, and that's probably hanging out on your belly right now. It's extremely hard to get rid of. And then there's a lesser known type of fat called brown fat. And this is the type of fat that literally eats up your stubborn, annoying white fat like Pac-Man. And researchers have actually discovered that adults have much less active brown fat on their bodies, which is why we're not all walking around skinny. But they also discovered a way to activate this brown fat so that you can actually crank up your metabolism and start eating the foods that you love without gaining a bunch of weight.
And this is why I tell my clients the number one way to lose weight is by following something that's sustainable. It's got to be easy to start, it's got to be easy to stick to, and it's got to work. And obviously this relates to working out and eating a balanced diet, but there's another piece of the puzzle that almost nobody talks about because the research on it is so groundbreaking.
Where I was in my life, I had nothing to lose and everything to gain. So I just jumped right into it, and then once I started seeing what was happening to my body, I was like, why am I going to stop?
My new clients don't...
difficulty, so I apologize for the delay. Yeah, everything that I'm putting in here is brand spanking new, all live, baby.
this Navy SEAL's fat burning device be illegal? This extremely powerful high-tech muscle...
Go on to my website at I'mJustHereToMakeYouThink.com/films. See y'all. How y'all doing? I like to see, everybody shouting out the state where they're located. Don't be shy. Shout out where you at. Shout out where you at. That's good. Good. Alright, so we got a lot to talk about here.
Yo, he about to talk about some shit that I ain't never heard again, yo.
I know I am. I'm tired. But we're gonna make this happen. We're definitely gonna make this happen. Do things the legit way.
What you eating now? Come on. In. Go lay down.
Let's see what we got here. So let me begin. Glad everything working out. I see the levels are looking good. So we're about to get started right now. So see you everyone. I know it's been a while. The last time we saw each other live. But
So like I said, I heard a couple of other people say that like blacks are indigenous to North America.
Now, of course, I wanted to go live yesterday.
But Dane said Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner are made up. I ain't never heard nobody say that shit.
I needed some time.
I thought there was like actual records of Nat Turner.
Nobody can produce the record?
I don't know what you gonna say.
Thank you all that have been supporting me over the years with your much appreciated contributions.
I haven't ever read any written literature about Nat Turner. Just I heard the stories. A few people talk about his legend, and then they made a movie about him.
Along with traveling video documenting places or areas that most of you may not have witnessed yet. I hope you get a chance to do so. So thank you all. Thank you very much for your continued support. I really appreciate that. And let me give a very, very special thank you, shout out to my beautiful wife for putting up with these long ass hours of researching with me and me being a headache at times.
I know he be getting on her nerves.
You got to.
Look hard. You're not finding it.
And
Like, dude, I just told you it's not there.
Right out my love. Almost 16 years now. And we are and will continue to go strong.
Damn, 16 years together?
I appreciate you, baby.
That's amazing.
He look young
So
though.
now, they go to the computer acting up. Well, it's not acting up, but it's the fan starts generating. Every time, it never fails. Every time I go live, I hear the fan. My lips are shiny.
I broke down and paid for Canva today. I paid for Canva. It's worth it. Like, literally so worth it.
You gotta get started.
I do most of my shit with Canva and Procreate.
I very rarely want images that aren't free, but this time I wanted something that was like, I mean, I'm sure other people have them, but it's not as common because it's not just the standard basic free ones, and then customize them. So, like working on my deck, and I don't know why I didn't think about it. Customize that shit through Canva. So I'm like 40% of it. But 50%. I gotta get everything typed in now.
When you see these transitions, if I make a mistake, just know, hey, man, I'm getting used to it. You know, I'm not a live streamer per se, nothing like that.
Put this in the microwave for 15 seconds.
Did you know that Walmart is the new Amazon? What if you could get on the ground floor with your very own Walmart e-commerce store?
How is Walmart the new Amazon when Walmart was around before Amazon? Amazon is the new Walmart name.
Because Amazon had the online order and now Walmart got it.
Walmart is the new Amazon.
We're gonna deal with all of this, man.
It's gonna say different stuff, but it's like a theme. Like you can tell from the colors and stuff. This is gonna be the back of the card, and these will be the front of the card.
Nice.
But yeah, I can't believe I found so many. Like they're literally, they kind of build up. Like this got a little gradient, this got a gradient. But it's like all the same colors and stuff.
Let's get right into this.
That's what I've been getting paid to do today.
1 second here. Okay. Yeah, alright. So I'm gonna be pulling stuff up where you guys can see at the same time.
This is the one photograph that I know of.
Come out clear.
And then they have the one of her sitting in the rocking chair. Those
And if
are
not,
like
if we need to
two
run
pictures.
back over some of this stuff, just leave it in the comments, guys, and let me know. And of course, I don't have a problem with going over this stuff again. I mean, I went over this stuff in the past already, but it's time to bring it back up. And of course, I have a lot more documentation that I was holding on to. My wife did some research as well on these topics as well, and she put in some work with me to get this stuff done. So you already know what I'll be covering today as far as the title of the video, or the title of the live stream rather is concerned. And to those of you who were y'all were in the comments claiming that you a blood relative to Harriet or Nat, stop wedding.
Imagine claiming you was and then finding out.
Both know.
That nigga don't even exist.
And by the time the end of this live
I
stream,
gotta hear his evidence in his case.
so will everybody else. So now I take it that all of you have watched the videos I re-released these past few days on both Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner. So I will consider this a follow-up to each of those videos. Okay? If you haven't watched those videos just yet, that's fine. Because it's not wrong with watching an educational video more than once. And I'll leave it like that. So let's jump straight into it. Now, let's start with Harriet Tubman during this live stream, because my wife and I presented evidence of documentation to you all on screen in that particular video. And again, I highly recommend that you watch it if you haven't done so. I shared multiple historic receipts, records, and publicly verifiable evidence of documentation surrounding the congressional creation of the fictional character named Harriet Tubman. Why the story changes every year, why she really had no siblings, why her name was changed, and why she was chosen by the government to be on a $20 bill. Okay? And also why they did not find her father's house that was allegedly located in Maryland sometime this year. Anyway, I also shared detailed information concerning the truth about the Underground Railroad being an actual transit system. And I did this years ago, but now you guys are telling me that Amazon Prime came out with a documentary. I'll go look at it. I think it was a documentary or some type of movie talking about the Underground Railroad being an actual transit system. But I'm sure people out there listening to me, you know, they taking notes. I'm happy, you know, that that's happening, because a lot more people need to wake up. A lot more people need to know the truth. Like, I'm tired of being taught lies. I'm tired of being fed bull crap. Like, I'm against all of that, guys. I'm really about the real truth, because who else to tell our story but us? Okay? So, yeah, and that actual transit system has been in existence for centuries, and I mean centuries, even before these pale faces came over here on the boat. And they have no correlation with any of those safe houses, okay, as history so loves to claim. Okay. In fact, in my video on Harriet Tubman, I shared the public law directly from Congress that enabled the National Park Service Department and the Secretary of the Department of Interior to literally select any random dwelling that they felt was best suited to be deemed as, and furthermore utilized as a historical site for the implementation of the indoctrinating stories surrounding slavery in America and the Underground Railroad. By way of the, what were they called? The National, let me see if I can pull this up. It was the National Center for the Study of Afro-American History and Culture, Society. Once again, that was the National Center for the Study of Afro-American History and Culture, Society. They created and cultivated these stories to make it seem as if they were true. But they were all, in fact, fictional. Straight fictional. Like, for example, and I'm about to pull this up for you. In these affidavits that I displayed on screen in the Harriet Tubman video, that was said to have been allegedly written in her presence, Harriet Davis, what you know as Harriet Tubman. You see, should be popping up now. She oddly shares her entire story throughout these documents, and I say oddly because this step was not necessary for her to do in order to be granted a pension for her being married to her late husband. It was unnecessary. And hold on, y'all. Hold up. Whoever calling me, hold up. And according to these documents alone, she mentions everything in detail about herself. But she did not once mention her original name being Minty, nor her name being changed from Minty to Araminta Ross, as some of you may assume. Okay? There is no evidence of her original name being either of these aliases. Just fictional stories that were all told by authors and or movie script writers. Period. Okay? And according to these documents, hold on. Okay, and according to these documents, Harriet has, let me see, Harriet has admitted that she didn't have any children by neither of her husbands. She stated, quote, "I never had any children or child by the soldier," referring to her first husband, "nor by John Tubman." Clearly. I mean, if she wrote this, that's what she's saying. So, you sip this tea then.
Taking the stage on karaoke night takes confidence. But it's hard to feel confident when you apply for a credit card. With Karma Confidence technology, you can be more confident in your chance of approval for a great credit card before you even apply.
So how can any of you be allegedly related to her by bloodline, as you claim, when you can't even confirm her real original name? Okay, nor does she have any offspring to carry her bloodline into the next generations to come. You can't. You just can't. But you know what you can do? You can find a family that's willing to be paid a large sum of money to act as if they are blood related to Harriet. Who would do such a thing? The same people that were ordered by Congress to create the story to begin with. Oh, and they also had to find some family pictures that were left unclaimed over the years by their original family members, because our people still nowadays are so far behind on conducting genealogy research by records of their individual families that they continuously allow strangers to tell them who they are without any hesitation or room for questioning its accuracy or validity. And nowadays it's worse, because our people have become too damn comfortable with some stranger's point of view or opinion that they somehow believe that a genealogy DNA test can actually tell them their historical genetic makeup overall when that technology can't exist without digging up each of the graves of their own family members here in America first. You got to dig up each one. Because see, look, I really want y'all to think about this. Are they comparing your data with the deceased? Absolutely not. They tell you that you are limited to comparing your data with other living people. So they are limited to just comparing your data with other living people, period. It stops right there. So you can't determine someone's historical background by comparing traits of other living people today. It doesn't work like that. There's nothing historic about that method. Straight up. There's nothing historical about it. So what makes you think it's actually real now? Because you see other people doing it? These people don't know your family's history. These people do not know your family's history. Nor can they tell you the name of your fifth-time great-grandmother, for example, without any historical form of documentation. They can't tell you that. So to go back to what I was saying, since you're satisfied with the stranger's graduation evaluation form as your historical genetic makeup, the government has made it law, right up under your nose, to hand select a random family portrait and say that's Harriet Tubman right there. Uncritically now. Uncritically. That's sad. For example, let me pull this up. I got an example. According to Cornell University Library, this is in the Division of Rare Manuscript Collections. Listen to that. Rare and Manuscript Collections. In 2002, mind you, their description of this photo says, photograph of Harriet Tubman and 7 Negro tenants. Undated. Once again, photograph of Harriet Tubman and 7 Negro tenants. Undated. And then the government decides to add more to the story of Harriet, and even this picture 3 years later on 8/31/2005 by way of, guess who? The National Park Service, claiming that this is a photo of Nat Turner and her adopted daughter her husband, and 5 other friends. And then it says that one of those friends is allegedly the granddaughter of, listen to this, Harriet Tubman's brother, John Stewart. So you got to be aware of the story to understand why this is totally incorrect. Okay? I mean, to the point where you can catch them in so many lies, because according to Harriet Tubman's original biography that was written by the Quaker from Geneva named Sarah Bradford that I went over during the video of Harriet Tubman, Harriet's alleged siblings were one second. Let me get this up here. Lena in 1808, Mariah Riddy in 1811, Soft, I think I'm pronouncing that right, in 1813, Robert in 1816, then Minty or Harriet in 1822, then Ben in 1823, then Rachel in 1825, then Henry, 1830, and then it was Moses in 1832. That's it. That's it. She never had a brother named John. Never. And they never carried the surname Stewart in their family neither. And that's according to the original author of her story.
So, people ask me all the time, Chris, if you could only take one supplement for the rest of your life, which one would it be? The answer is easy, Redwood. You see, Redwood is a powerful natural blood flow boosting supplement.
I'm telling you, when I'm gonna expose it all. When I see something fraud, I'm gonna call it out. And that should make you ask some questions like, so did the family decide to come up with her brand new sibling and brand new surname that hasn't been recorded until 2005? And all of these different stories should make you wonder, does the family get any compensation for the multiple books and movies that have been created surrounding this Nat Turner? I mean, the Harriet Tubman story? The answer is no. In fact, in the video, I informed you who gets compensated by law and Harriet's name, or estate rather. And those people are definitely not related to her. Nor have they even met her a day in their life. Because, tell me this, how can you even meet a person that has never existed before? I'm gonna say it again. How can you even meet a person that has never existed before? And I'm gonna answer that for you. By the use of your imagination. So look, I put those records on screen, guys. Put those records on screen. All those affidavits. If you want copies of the records that I have on Harriet Tubman, subscribe to my Patreon. Inbox me on Patreon. Every day. I put them out. Okay. Now, let's get straight into this. First of all, number one, let's start off like this. Anybody that's claiming to be a descendant of Nat Turner, of the character, you said that right, of the character, Nat Turner, they're lying. Just like how many people are out there claiming to be descendants of some African warriors, like the Zulu tribe, for example, just because they're familiar with the stories told to them about the Zulu tribe, maybe winning war battles or may have some form of royalty out there in Africa. So they just want to fit in a crowd of people that have absolutely no idea who they are. And yet they have the nerve to call themselves kings and queens. Not realizing that those terms were not even utilized in places like Africa, for example, because most of the African natives can only speak their native tongues to begin with. Y'all gotta pay attention. Gotta pay attention. Now, in my re-release version of my video concerning that, I played a clip of a news broadcast. And in this clip, there was a guy by the name of Bruce Turner, claiming to be the great-great-great-grandson of Nat Turner. And this is sad, honestly. It is. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad. But anyway, he goes on and shows a binder that could have been considered his family's portfolio. Then he came prepared to show you a picture of Nat Turner on national television, mind you, as if the editors at the news station couldn't just simply Google an image of Nat Turner, since one doesn't exist anywhere. Oh, man. They could have just used what they found on Google. Or maybe it will be looked as more authentic if an alleged descendant of Nat would bring his family's portfolio and hold it up for the camera to see, or rather the public. I meant to say the public. Hold it up for everybody to see, in order to set the tone, as if he's somehow creditable now. But see, the picture he decides to show the public is an illustration drawn by an artist, which was strictly drawn for, hold on, let me pull this up, which was strictly drawn for the attention, or for the intention to be published inside of the book entitled The Negro in Our History by Carter G. Woodson on the date of January 1922, according to the Library of Congress. So, in 1922, the artist knows exactly how it looks if no previous picture of Nat existed before. Of course not. So what did he use to portray this image of Nat Turner? His imagination. Right? Am I right or wrong? Let me pull this up. Because not only that, let me pull this up real quick. Alright. According to Thomas Gray, the lawyer who allegedly sat with Nat while he was in jail in order to record Nat's alleged voluntary statement of guilt, he published inside of his Confessions of Nat Turner in 1831, documenting that, quote, "we, the undersigned, members of the court convened at Jerusalem on Saturday, the 5th day of November, 1831, for the trial of Nat, alias Nat Turner, a Negro slave, late the property of Putnam Moore, deceased, do hereby certify that the confessions of Nat to Thomas R. Gray was read to him in our presence. Listen to that. And that Nat acknowledged the same to be full, free, and voluntary. Now, there's a few things I want to point out here. First of all, this confirms that the name Nat Turner is an alias. And to those of you that don't know what an alias is, it means a false name. A name totally different from a person's birth name. This also means that the surname Turner is not his actual last name. See? So that great-great-great-grandson named Bruce Turner is being paid to act as if he's a descendant of Nats, when it's strictly all done for the purpose to stroke your imagination.
You know, my wife's like, what'd you do? After, 6 months of doing this, she's seeing all the changes that are happening. And she says, I want to do this.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
If you're trying to lose belly fat, stop doing cardio. This sounds kind of backwards, right? Well, believe me, it's actually true.
Now, within the same quote I just read, it indicated that the confessions of Nat Turner were read to him. And then he acknowledged it all voluntarily. Again, they were read to him and then acknowledged, and then he acknowledged them voluntarily. This is sound familiar to many people who have watched those bad guy, good cop shows, or maybe have experienced this particular situation firsthand. I'm gonna give you an example. Let's just say when you're at a police station for questioning, their job is you to confess. But in most cases, as some of you may know, the officers who are doing the questioning will actually be doing the confessing for you. To the point where they will manipulate you into agreeing to, let's say, a plea bargain, or manipulate you forcefully into the illusion of you now somehow being guilty of the charges that's pending against you. Boxing you in the corner with stories or scenarios they created for you to be agreed upon. And they turn around and say that Nat voluntarily agreed to these confessions that were written for him after he allegedly murdered a mammoth amount of people. How does that make sense? And if these were actually Nat Turner's confessions to the lawyer Thomas Gray, then why was it copyrighted 5 days later, on November 10th, 1831, as if it's a book and can be sold because there is a profit to be made of an alleged murderer's confession? Uh-oh. Yo, oh man. Mm. Here it is. Here it is right here. On the second document of this collection, it reads, and I'm going to quote this now, the District of Columbia, to wit, be it remembered that on this 10th day of November, Anno Domini, that's AD for short, 1831, Thomas R. Gray of the said district deposited in this office the title of a book, which is in the words as following: The Confessions of Nat Turner, the leader of the late insurrection in Southampton County, Virginia, as fully and voluntarily made to Thomas R. Gray in the prison where he was confined, and acknowledged by him to be such when read before the court of Southampton, with the certificate under seal, listen to this, of the court convened in Jerusalem, November 5th, 1831, for his trial. Also, an authentic account of the whole insurrection, with lists of the whites who were murdered and of the Negroes brought before the court of Southampton, and their sentence, etc. The right whereof he claims as
That's a good question, haters.
in conformity with an act of Congress entitled, quote, an act to amend the several acts respecting copyrights. There you go. And so it was copyrighted by the clerk of the district court for the District of Columbia, named Edmund J. Lee, on November 10th, 1831. So, like I mentioned in my previous videos about this situation, Thomas Gray saw that a profit was to be made by printing these so-called Confessions of Nat Turner, in which, if he had all rights to do so, then
All right, we're making some good progress here today. I feel like I need a snack, but then I feel like I be snacking too much too. I guess I didn't catch your first comment or one of your earlier comments. You said the words just ran. My man said, where did the massive herds of bison that once were? They just magically vanished? I don't know, man. They said, the settlers overhunted the bison so that the Native Americans wouldn't have a food source. But that's the story that I get from history, you know. But how much of history can we trust? And I get it, man. I just be rambling sometimes too, man. You just be having so many different thoughts. Just having so many different thoughts, you just want to try to get them all out. History was erased for the entirety of mankind, is what I'm starting to see. I like listening to Graham Hancock and Carl. I can't remember the dude's name. But I think that there was already once a global civilization that was completely decimated and almost wiped out completely. That's why I like listening to him. And that's his catchphrase too. I'm just here to make you think. I'm just here to make you think. And a lot of his shit do be having you like, I wonder. Man, I can't think of this other guy's name now. Oh, Randall Carlson is another guy, yo. Randall Carlson. Man, and these guys say there was a great civilization like fucking eons ago that no one can really remember. And they were the true founders of society and like what we would call the gods. And so now we have all these myths and legends about the gods and the ancient ones and who had the power of flight and telepathy and all this shit. Ain't no telling, man. Like I said, there may be some truth to all of that shit, man. That shit that Dane be talking about, that shit kind of makes sense to me, yo. Once again, I don't hear a lot of other people putting forth these hypotheses, but he has evidence to support his case. And it's like nobody else really talks about that shit, yo, or tries to put out a counter argument. So I really be feeling like that nigga be on. I don't know. And see, that's something else right there. And so, what Egyptians? Because some people say that the group of people that we have in our minds as the Egyptians, they found that place like that. They didn't build any of that stuff. And it was already ancient to them. And that too, the Aztecs and the Mayans, that stuff was older than they are. The Egyptians found the pyramids and they found the Sphinx and all that shit. And when they found it, it was already ancient. But our modern history say, oh, well, the pyramids are only roughly 5,000 years old, and it was built by the dynastic Egyptians. And no, that story is changing, and it's been changing for about 2 decades now. Well, even longer than that. Really, about for the last 40 years, people have been changing this the dating of, yeah, they say exactly. But now, like I say, people like Robert Schoch, Robert Bauval, Graham Hancock, like people are doing different research and it says different stuff, yo. Like even the geologists say it's impossible. It's impossible, yo. And then with the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, it's like, come on, guys, we got to rewrite this shit somehow, and it has to be done soon. Because look, man, Göbekli Tepe is like 12,000 years old, man. But apparently nobody was doing shit like that 12,000 years ago. Come on, it's time to rewrite this shit, yo. There was a greater global civilization that existed that was somehow basically wiped out, and the remnants of that civilization are the the grandchildren of those people who crawled out of the fucking mud and out of the caves and found shit. That's just like now, yo, like if we have World War III, nuclear fallout, Holocaust, and the only survivors are like the people who got bunkers and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? 2, 3, 4 generations and they come out, man, these kids won't know anything about the previous way of living. And shit'd just be weird, yo. And so we're trying to figure out, like, oh, if the pyramids were built by slaves or like, nah, man, that shit was built way before the fucking dynastic Egyptians were even there. Oh, damn. Facebook is really funny right now. But yeah, it's like if we get large parts of the story like that wrong, then you know other parts of that shit is wrong. Oh yeah. I went to public school, so I basically don't have an education either, you know. All right, I'm just checking to see just checking some social media real quick, see what's going on over here. Some emails and whatnot. Nice. I got new Instagram followers. Checking out the dope artwork. I got a bunch of emails I need to reply to. I'll do that off camera. Let me see. I'm just gonna delete the ones. Alright. We're almost at 5 hours. I'll probably go for like another 30 minutes. Let's see if I can, well, I'm actually at a pretty decent stopping point. I could, I'll see what I can work on for a little minute though. It's 2:15. Oh, damn. I want to finish listening to some more of this Dane Calloway talk about how Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman weren't even real people. Or at least the whole story about them wasn't told correctly. Alright.
There shouldn't be any issues, right? But we
It is crazy. You got documents and everything.
According to this Liberator newspaper, that's the name of the company.
Confessions
Published
of Nat
on
Turner.
December 17, 1831. I'm gonna read this now. December 17, keep this in mind. Quote, these confessions occupy 23 pages and 12 MO. See, I'm not sure if that's month or what. I'm not sure. It could have been talking about, I'm not sure why they said 12 MO like that. As if it was saying 12 months. I'm not sure what that meant. But just listen to this. These confessions occupy 23 pages and are stated to have been fully and voluntarily made to Thomas Gray in the prison where Nat was confined. An addition of 50,000 copies has been printed in Baltimore. This boy was moving in order to get this money. which will only serve to rouse up other leaders and cause other insurrections. So you know it's more than one leader. By creating among the blacks admiration for the character of Nat and a deep, undying sympathy for his fate, we advise the grand juries in the several slave states to indict Mr. Gray and the printers of the pamphlet forthwith. That's the newspaper company talking. Hey, so you know they got some political schemes going on. It's still to this very day, by the way. Notice how also they refer to Nat as a character, and Thomas Gray's book as a pamphlet. Okay, now I know, you know, a pamphlet and a book are the same, but let me point something out here. Okay, let me point something out. 4 days prior to this Liberator News article being published, let me pull something else up real quick. This was 4 days prior. 4 days prior to this Liberator News article, the New York Spectator published an article dated December 13th, 1831, under the subtitle, The Confessions of Nat Turner. Now, what's very important to note here is that they begin this article by stating, quote, Mr. T.R. Gray's palm play of The Confessions of Nat Turner, the leader of the late insurrection of Southampton, has been published at Baltimore. It makes 22 pages. Okay, that was a discrepancy also, but I want you to notice how to use the word palm play. Not pamphlet, palm play, which is not a typo. It's an actual word. It's a French word. This word means satire in English. Which is another way of saying to ridicule someone or to over-exaggerate insults to already existing injuries. And it's funny because this alone gives you the context to the agenda surrounding these completely fictional characters like Nat Turner. These types of stories, or propaganda rather, are purposely created with the sole intent to cause raging emotions of retaliation and or to keep the public at bay in a state of fear. And we can all attest to this method of manipulative programming because we can recall many examples of these same methods being utilized against the public still to this very day.
All right, so what y'all think, man? I think he misread the part where it says they talked about Nat Turner's character and his faith. They're talking about like the fortitude of his personality, his character, not him as a made up being, like a character. But it's just some weird shit, man. Because I actually implemented his story in some of my artwork, or in one of the reader series. I'm sitting in front of a door that has Nat Turner written on it. So now it's like, is Nat Turner like a Jesus figure where, you know, it's a good story, maybe has some lessons in there that can be learned, but really didn't happen? Or is he like a Santa Claus where he was a real person, but he just got like the legend got totally blown out of proportion or something? I don't even know how to think about this shit now. Same thing with Harriet Tubman. Was she a real person who legend just made her larger than what she actually was, or was she completely made up? And I know a lot of people say, "Oh hell no, man, fuck that shit, man. Goddamn, Harriet Tubman was a real person, man. Mother Moses, you know what I'm saying? Underground Railroad." But then you be like, "Okay, so prove it." Well, the stories, okay. Once again, we got stories about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, man. You got stories about Thor and everybody else. That shit don't mean shit. And the story of Thor, who his parents are, his brother is, his wife, and all his family. It's very, very detailed. And so you can have a very, very, very detailed story about Peter Parker and where he works and where he goes to school and his aunt and everything. That shit don't mean it's real, though. That shit don't mean it's actually like a thing that happened. No matter how detailed the story is, can you prove it? Can you prove that this was a real person? Is there any like real documentation that this person was ever alive and lived the type of life that you claim they live and accomplished the things you claim they accomplished? Can you prove all of that? And then that's where people be like, start hemming and hawing and stuttering and whatnot. And like, I don't know. I guess I'm getting old enough to know it. I don't know shit, man. I don't know shit. Now I realize I don't even know if goddamn Harriet Tubman was a real person. Now ain't that something? I'd rather question something instead of sitting with the belief in something. So now that I know that there's even the slightest chance that these stories have been manipulated for whatever reasons by whatever group of people with their whatever agenda. And then they wonder why black folks don't trust nobody. Man, y'all lie about every damn thing. You even lied about Nat Turner, man. I can't trust y'all motherfuckers, man. Damn, you made Harriet Tubman up too? Psh, look, bro. Shit, nigga. I'm done. I'm so done.
for example.
I served the Roman Empire. I fought wars against those who did not believe in our gods. But nothing could prepare me for the truth that is now risen. He was very special. They're fanatics. What was his name? He was called Yeshua.
The man's dead. His followers are in hiding.
He's been a threat.
Take control out there and finish things.
The tomb is sealed. Guard it with your life.
If this body vanishes, we have a potential Messiah.
Where has he gone? You tell me.
You will track down the corpse of Yeshua.
What happened to the Nazarene?
He's right here. Open your heart and see.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
A new Jesus movie?
Results within 5 days.
The best way to burn fat and get shredded is not keto.
The case surrounding the murder of George Floyd. And every other case that shares that same outcome consistently. What happened down at the Capitol while Trump was on his way out to office. Oh, and let me pull this up, because we can't count this one out either. I mean, look, you get the point. You get the point. It's like a broken record that just continues to repeat at the same mark. The question is, how long are you willing to continue to allow this all to happen repeatedly? Want some changes to happen, we gotta make the changes for ourselves. We can't just sit around and wait for somebody else when we know we can do it on our own. There's no excuse. We can do this on our own. Shout out to the moderators holding it down. I see you. Now, I also want you to make note of something very important during this time period. These so-called slave insurrections. Can anyone in the chat guess what was going on simultaneously? So the question I'm gonna ask again. The question is, during this time period of these so-called slave insurrections, I need somebody to tell me in the chat what was going on simultaneously.
Slavery?
And I'll give you a hint. Yeah, I'll give you a hint. Now, I mentioned in my video on that term, hopefully you've seen that, I said that there were multiple Indian raids occurring all across the nation, and especially in Virginia. Do you know what I was referring to?
So
What am I referring to?
you trying to say that some of the slave rebellions were actually Indian rebellions?
Mm-hmm. Now, come on now, while you ponder on that for a second, let me let y'all ponder on that for a second. Here's something else to think about. also during the same time period where multiple religious groups like the Quakers and other missionaries, for example, campaigned to governors and even the president of that time to enforce new rules and regulations that would eventually lead to running the Indians off of their own land to some newly acquired lands along the coast of West Africa. The ultimate organization that eventually accomplished this goal, or that goal, but not in large numbers, don't let them lie to you, was the American Colonization Society. And the millions of the Indians that chose to stay were threatened by the president and by an act of Congress with the Indian Removal Act that lasted much, much longer than 1830. The Indian Removal Act of 1830. And still many of our ancestors stayed home and fought with resistance. And that's what I was looking for someone in the chat to mention, by the way. So now think about this. Now, I want you to keep in mind that all of this was going on during the same time period. So, the news media of that time was none other than the newspaper. So, they created stories.
We did like a good 5 hours in here. Now, as soon as I was about to walk out, y'all fuckers gonna hop in here. That's good though. I've been at it all morning. I think it's coming along nicely. Got a couple of big shows coming up, so gotta push this art out, you know. Alright, so I'll probably go play the game for a minute. I am gonna stream Seafood for a little while, and then after that we gotta run some errands. And I don't know, I may be back in the studio this evening. I'm not really sure. I put a good bit of hours in this morning. Pieces coming along pretty nicely. I'm satisfied with the progress I made so far. So we'll see. I may or may not be back up here, but I'm going downstairs right now to hop on the game for a minute. So if you want to hop in that stream, you're more than welcome to. I sure appreciate y'all chilling in the studio with me. Catch you next time.